Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, what is up? Good morning, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's the last day of May 31st, Saturday, and it is going to be a beautiful day here at Schiphol Airport. It's Kaagbaan. The coots are grazing in the grass, and we have no less than, if all is well, 10 A350s that are going to be taking off here between now and approximately 2 o'clock. No sooner have I begun talking and the coots are taking off. They're thinking, oh, this is going to get too loud for me. A warm welcome to everybody who has joined already. Marja, goedenavond. And good morning to all others who have joined. We have a lot of airplanes that are going to be moving. Martin Air 747 to Miami. I haven't seen it since I arrived here, so I'm wondering if it is going to leave a little later. Right now, the Kaagbaan is the only runway open for departures. Means that everything going out will leave from this runway. First A350 to leave should leave around 9 o'clock. Team USA, Delta Airlines to Atlanta, Georgia. I've written it down yesterday when I was going through the list of departures to see what time I would be going out best. And morning it was, early morning in fact, 9 till 2. Team USA is leaving first to Atlanta, Georgia. Another A350 from Delta to Detroit will leave around 9:30. Around 9:40, another Delta A350 will leave from Minneapolis. Another one to Atlanta around 10 past 10. We'll see China Airlines to Taipei, also an A350-900 around 11, and also the Singapore A350 should leave around then. We're also going to see a United 767 to Houston around 11 o'clock. Turkish will fly to Istanbul on an A350-900 around 11:15. So that is probably going to leave via the wrong runway, come to think of it. Finnair, One World, special livery, going to Helsinki. 5 minutes to 12, expected to leave. Also a candidate for the Kaagbaan. And China Southern A350 should leave around 1:20. And then 5 minutes to 2, we should also see the Korean World to fly leave for Curacao, and around 2 o'clock the Suparna 747 to Shanghai is also scheduled. Now, whether or not these 747s are going to leave according to their departure schedule remains to be seen. More often they are delayed, but yeah, quite a few A350s in other words that are going to take off in the scope of today's stream. Plan is to stick around until approximately 2 o'clock then. Yeah, let's see how many we can catch. Maybe it is 9 instead of 10 because of the one Turkish, come to think of it, but there you go. And I already thought I saw something in the chat before going live that Petrikov is on board the Team USA Delta Airlines Flight 71. Seat 30A, right, so that is, where is that? Is that before the wing or after the wing? In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, and yeah, it's Kaagbaan. Not much to be writing home about. The wind is blowing a little bit from the south, only a handful of knots. It's not going to amount to a lot of wind today. Current runway use, also nothing out of the ordinary. We are standing over here. And parallel arrivals are taking place on Center. Over the wings, thank you Maria. Top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez, good to see you mate, hope all is well. Alright, standing up, hopefully not getting too lightheaded. I was crouching behind my laptop. Alright, so I'm standing a bit further back from the edge where it is best to film the arrivals. Unfortunately, that means that platform visibility is a bit suboptimal. For instance, I am not able to see airplanes, cargo airplanes, taxi to this to their traversal point over here, where they cross the runway if they need to go to the other side, and they don't get pushed back with their butt towards us. In the meantime, good morning Peter K, Tina, Doekman, Benny, Lydia, Jillard, goedemorgen. Kermit and his mates are abundantly present here. Now so too are the reeds. Makes for low visibility of what is going on in the water. Gary Grebe, he is over there. Now, there is still one coot here on land. Right at the point, or is that? Oh, that's Daisy Duck. And she is napping right at the point where I am normally standing to be filming arrivals. Hey there Jörg, good morning. Happy Saturday, mate. Now Peter K, same spot, just 100 meters back. Because those narrow bodies do already fly pretty high over here. Actually, I was thinking of maybe even going a bit further back. There's a bit of elevation over there, but as you can see, there is a road running right next to it. If I point my microphone in the direction of Schiphol, you will probably constantly hear buses and particularly also trucks, a lot of cargo trucks on this road here that are driving by. Makes it always a bit challenging to walk over here because there's no sidewalk or cycling path. But that is actually even better because we are still stood relatively close to the runway if you talk about the lateral distance. Means that the airplanes that are taking off from the threshold all the way back are already pretty high when they arrive here. Let me show you. Our next airplane should be KLM flight 1283 to Aalborg. That's an Embraer 190 that is now taking off from the near threshold. And just have a look and see how high it already is. You'll see it'll have rotated. Yeah, there you go. Already airborne. So yeah, already hard to see. If anybody was on board and they would shine the light, impossible to see already, they're too high. And let me zoom out just so that you can see what it looks like, because zooming in only gives you a part of the picture. You can see they're already quite high over here in passing by. It's still mostly the bottom of the airplane that you're seeing. Now with the wide bodies, luckily it's already a bit better here. Hadi Marissa, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. James S, good morning. M. Xylem, good morning. Doekman, good morning. Melvin, good morning. Petrikov, good morning. Well, Petrikov, do try to shine the light. I will see how much we can see of your departure. I'm pretty optimistic that we can see way more than from the Embraer 190 that just now passed by. That's not representative. Hey, Infinity, goedemorgen. Kaagbaan, good morning. Leo, goedemorgen. Hi Matthijs, goedemorgen. Daniel, good morning. It's a bit early still. And I also began earlier than normal, so still a bit calm in the chat. Nice of you to already join me so early. Hey, BizJet. BizJet just now took off. Bit of a milky sunshine. It is already warm. I'm standing here with my t-shirt and my shorts on. After having applied sunscreen, of course, before going out. Martien, goedemorgen. Han, goedemorgen kerel. Torva, good morning. Goedemorgen Ronaldo. Welkom terug. It's still early. There's not a lot of heat wave distortion yet. I think that will change over the course of the day. Big picture, this is what it currently looks like. This is looking to the north. And this is looking to the west. This is what things look like looking to the east and over to the south. Things look like so. Got coffee with me and of course vodka. But first coffee. It's me Mike, good morning. Thought I also saw Stacy, good morning. Melix, goedemorgen. Alrighty, Lufty Flight 2301 to Munich, A320. You can see this one is already a bit lower. Lufty Star Alliance livery. Hey, Sarah also back in the chat. Good morning, Sarah. Good to see you again. John, goedemorgen. Arnold, goedemorgen. Good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. And thank you, Peter in Dutch Rides. Enjoyed your stream yesterday afternoon. I think it was the day before yesterday that I streamed in the afternoon. Yesterday I was back in the morning hours. But thank you so much. Glad you enjoyed it. Definitely something I look forward to doing more regularly. Just still unsure about when, of course, weather permitting. If it's autumn again and we'll have rain in the morning. Obviously, if it's dry in the afternoon, going out in the afternoon is a logical choice. Maybe even on days with decent weather, it might also be nice to sometimes go out in the afternoon. For now, it is still narrow bodies rush hour. Mind you, there are wide bodies underway already. The American exodus is about to begin. So 9 or 10 A350s between now and 2 p.m. expected to leave. A couple of 747s. One of them supposedly was leaving 5 minutes to 9, Martin Air to Miami. I haven't seen it since I arrived here on the scene, which was well before 9. So I'm assuming it hasn't left yet. Does anybody know if it is still scheduled to leave or... because you never know with these 747s. Petrikov has been pushed back. That's Delta Airlines Flight 71. That's the Team USA A350 to Atlanta, Georgia. In the meantime, I need to Embraer 195. Oh, tilt axis. Lock the tilt axis. A very good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're standing here at the Kaagbaan runway 24, primary runway for arrivals, departures of course, with 9 or 10 A350s scheduled between now and 2 o'clock. Delta Airlines Team USA first to leave. Another Delta is expected to leave for Detroit and A350 to around 9:30, 9:40. Delta A350 to Minneapolis, 10:10, A350 to Atlanta, 11 o'clock, China Airlines A350 to Taipei, and also a Singapore Airlines A350 to Singapore. Finnair One World, special livery, also expected. And that was another E2 Embraer 195. Next up should be Lufthansa Flight 987 to Frankfurt and A319. Hey, thanks for the update, Ari. Martin Air still scheduled for 8:55. As long as it isn't cancelled, we ought to see it. Hey, it is Harry the Heron. Check it out. Didn't even see he landed here on my little grass field. Sefula, good morning. Rob, goedemorgen. Tuning in from South. Menno, goedemorgen. Vinnie V, goedemorgen. Cass, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. So, quite a few A350s here leaving. And if all is well, 2 747s, one ought to have left already. Martin Air, which was expected to leave 8:55 to Miami. Still haven't seen it yet, so I'm still cautiously optimistic we are going to see it. And Suparna is expected to leave for Shanghai in China, 2 p.m. The first A350 is underway. The Team USA Delta Airlines with Petrikov on board, seat 30A. Hopefully we'll get lucky and see him. Would be nice to be seeing a shine the light moment from a departure here. That would be a first, I think. Don't think we have seen people shining their light and capturing it from this location, this vantage point. Another special A350 should be Finnair in the One World livery. Expected to leave later in the morning to bloody Helsinki, Finland. But Delta is going to be our main supplier of A350s today. If we're lucky, because the expected time of departure is 11 o'clock, so you never know. Singapore and what was it, China Airlines? The angry looking Chinese, I think that was. Over here, TUI, flight 3451, going to Marsa Alam. That's a MAX 8 737. Yeah, shine the light would be possible if only the A350 is going to leave at a similar height as the TUI just now did. Petrikov, did you see? This is definitely feasible. So if you could shine the light, by all means, please do so. I'm pretty sure that if your airplane will fly past us as low as the MAX 8 just now did, we ought to see it. Peter K asks, how many rabbits? Good question. We did see Chicago O'Hare here the other day we were here, the last time we were here. Now I'm not sure if he's already awake. Don't think I see any hares, bunnies, rabbits just yet. I was seeing Fidel Castro a bit earlier. Roger Rabbit or Chicago O'Hare. Not yet to be seen. It is still morning though, early morning. Not sure if they're night owls by nature. Could be. Celiac City Express to London Luton. Okay, Marissa has looked into it. Let's see, what did she write? Lengthy message, so I'm looking it up on my laptop so that I don't have to scroll on my screen, on my phone screen, so that the chat keeps updating. Martin Air KLM 747, the PHCKA is scheduled to depart at 11:10 to Nairobi. The CKC will land later in the afternoon. No flights scheduled for the CKB or the PHMPS. Okay, 11:10 to Nairobi. That's a shit timing. Because at that moment, 2 runways will be open for departures and Nairobi is usually the wrong runway. So let's hope for a delay. It's interesting because yesterday I was looking at the scheduled departures list from Schiphol at Flight Radar 24. It said that there was supposed to leave, that there was a 747. It said that there was supposed to be a 747 to leave for Miami, Florida with an ETD of 8:55. Hey, I spy with my little eye something That contains Petrikov, Team USA. Awesome, there he is. And a very good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing at Kaagbaan runway 24, primary runway for outbound traffic. Petrikov is on board the Team USA, seat 30A. Means he's on the right side. Hopefully he will shine the light. We ought to be able to see it, if that is going to happen. This is the first of 9 or 10 A350s that we are expected to see leave here between now and 2 p.m. Chris and Curtis are also back. They don't mind me babbling on about airplanes. They'll keep looking for their fibrous breakfast here on land. So yeah, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. It promises to become another very interesting show here. Now, this is KLM flight 1217, I think. 737-800 to Stockholm. I think I ought to be able to zoom in a bit more during the departures when the airplanes are not that high in the sky when passing by. Hey, what a shame. Good morning. Good to see you, mate. Julian, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined. Next up to leave is KLM flight 1629 to Venice. Another 737-800, the PH-BXN. Looks like the Team USA is leaving after this. It's now lining up. Delta Airlines flight 71. The first of 9 or 10 A350s here in the show. Not the only one with a special livery even. Finnair to bloody Helsinki, later expected to leave in the One World livery. Let's practice zooming a little bit. Yeah. As long as the airplane is passing by low enough, I ought to be able to see your light, Petrikov. Bon voyage. Hey, Jane, privet, good to see you again. Welcome back, hope you're well. Klaas, goedemorgen kerel, good to see you. Tommy, 1969, 96. 69 is something else. Goedemorgen. United, 777-200 to Newark. And that's why it was hard to find Delta Airlines flight 71, because there was also United flight 71. Makes it a bit hard to use EHAM CDM. Final sip of coffee before going back to the camera controls. Petrikov is coming. Bon voyage, Petrikov. Solomon, goedemorgen. Paul, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. Alrighty, showtime. Seat 30A is where Petrikov is seated. It's a difficult one. I didn't see anything. Hope you guys were able to see a light. Petrikov is on the way to Atlanta, Georgia. All the best, mate. Jacob Double, goedemorgen. Lucas B, goedemorgen. John van der Willik, goedemorgen. No light, too much reflection. I was seeing the same, unfortunately. Hope you guys were able to see more than I was on a bigger screen, but Dirk did see a light. Don't move into the light, mate. We need you here. United flight 71 now leaving as well. 2 consecutive flights with flight number 71. That's totally not confusing. The November 225 uniform Alpha 777-200 to Newark. 23-year-old 777-200 coming this way. The first flight of this airplane was in November 2001. Ooh, inlet condensation, nice. One A350 down and at least 8 more to go. Between now and 2 p.m. local time, a heap of A350s is expected to leave. Absolutely gorgeous. Hadi Gertin, goedemorgen. Good to see you. Anas, goedemorgen. Yeah, this is indeed where you need to go through Rosenberg for. Jacob Doe asks, what is the wind speed? Have a look in the meter, in the ticker. Next up, a 737-700, which is leaving for Brussels. KLM flight 1703. Quite a few airplanes are lining up. It's all narrow bodies for the time being, once again. Do you know how to read the meter, Jacob? Or should I take you guys through it another time? Mike Romeo, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And the first of 9 A350s that we are going to see probably between now and 2 p.m. has already left. Team USA, Petrikov on board, on its way to Atlanta, Georgia. Finnair A350 is also expected later to bloody Helsinki in the One World livery. Sophie, goedemorgen. Arwin, goedemorgen. Stefan, goedemorgen. Right, so for those of you who are wondering about the weather, have a look in the ticker. There you find the meter. That's the weather report of Schiphol Airport. It is updated twice an hour, 5 minutes to the hour and 25 minutes past the hour. I'm going to reload it and take you through it. Have a look at the bottom of the screen. EHAM, that's the abbreviation of Schiphol Airport together with AMS. Then the date, the 31st, and the time of the report, 6:25 Zulu time, that's Greenwich Mean Time. Then the wind, 4 knots of wind from 190 degrees, and 150 V220 means that the wind direction is variable between 150 degrees and 220 degrees. KVK means ceiling and visibility are okay, and in the case of Schiphol that means that the lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport are free of clouds and rain and whatnot that reduce visibility. The air temperature is 17 degrees, the dew point is 14 degrees, the air pressure is 1018 hectopascals. No SIG means no significant changes are expected in the upcoming 2 hours. Nice little bonus there, a cameo by a LATAM Cargo 767 that just arrived and we are probably going to see leave again later in the show. Cheeky LATAM indeed. Hey there Benny Sharks, Who's tuning in from Kenya, which is in... Wish we also had some viewers from Ecuador. That would be nice, wouldn't it? All right. Menno asks, why aren't you at the Polderbaan? Why would I be? I've been there now already 2 days in a row. Hey Kevo! Yo! What up, mate? Next up, Transavia flight 5807 to Kos. Or is it Thessaloniki? SKG. Yeah, Thessaloniki. I beg your pardon. One Mestaika to Maika. Going to Greece, which is bliss. Apparently. Allegedly. Not sure that it is. It's what Sky Express say on their airplanes. Says. Hadi Marian, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Welcome back, hope all is well. So yeah, looking around, big picture wise, blue sky, but a lot of high clouds. It's not cold by any means. I'm standing here with just a t-shirt on and my shorts on. And I am still alone here for the time being. How long that's going to stay the same remains to be seen. Usually people do come to this place to spot airplanes during weekends. I have no reason to believe that today would be different. Britty Hopper, Embraer 190 to Teesside or Darlington, Embraer 190 long range. Yeah, and this is what happens with narrow bodies flying, taking off from the threshold. They're already really high up, almost in your zenith, even if you're stood pretty far away. Now, no cargo airplanes on the north side of the cargo apron yet. We're probably going to catch a couple. Hadi Roelof, goedemorgen. David, goedemorgen. And all others who have joined in the meantime, a very good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And a lot of A350s are going to take off here today. Meantime, a massive big thank you to What a Shame, who just now gave 5 memberships away, 5 gifted memberships. That means 5 new members who now have all the 32 custom emojis at their disposal for a month to play around with. I encourage you to do so. They're there for a reason, to have fun with. Use them as inappropriately as you can think of. Get creative with them and surprise us. What a shame, dankjewel, thank you so much for your generosity. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will thank you for it. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, new members. And what a shame, dankjewel, thank you so much. Bit hard to see, but Daisy was there with 1 duckling. Not sure how many there were earlier. How many have already been eaten by herons or other predators. Next up, KLM flight 1449 to Toulouse, Embraer 175. Soufiane, goedemorgen. Good morning. Roy, goedemorgen. Adrie, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Nick, goedemorgen. Good morning. Z9 Cubing, good morning. Interesting to see a contrail with a shadow. Contrail casting a shadow on the clouds that are below it. Quite interesting to see. And over here, the tail of one of KLM Cargo's 747s. So there are a couple of A350s expected to leave still. The next one should be Delta Airlines to Detroit, Michigan, which is expected to leave around 9:30. And another one to Minneapolis should leave around 9:40. There also ought to be There also ought to be a LATAM cargo that at least yesterday evening, according to the departure schedule, should leave for Brussels around 9:30. But since LATAM cargo only arrived just now, I think it'll be a bit later before we're going to see it depart. Hopefully at a moment where only the Kaagbaan will be open, because that means that the 767 will leave from here. Now I think we can already see one of the A350s, the aforementioned A350s, moving this way. Delta Airlines Flight 72 seems to be moving. It says destination NA yet, but that's probably going to be either Detroit or Minneapolis. And another A350 from Delta should be expected to leave 10 minutes past 10. So 3 more Delta A350s are expected in the next 40 minutes. In the meantime, I need 2 Embraer 195 just now took off. Richard, goedemorgen. Interesting, your last name only varies 1 letter from a guy I went to school with, whose last name was Holleman instead of Hilleman. Good morning, Yo. And ex-left-handed pro, good morning. Right now, KLM Flight 1579 to Lisbon is lined up and should be leaving. That's the 737-800. We have KLM Flight 1677 to Naples, which is also moving to the runway threshold by the looks of it. And the 737 is now moving. Already more heat wave distortion. The Earth is warming up. I'm talking about the terrain here at Schiphol and the local Earth. So if you joined us only just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. KVK day here at Schiphol Airport. T-shirt and shorts day. Lovely warm weather, hardly any wind. Bit of a milky sunny sky here. No rain expected today or tomorrow. Today we're expecting warm temperatures. And later in the day in the southeast of the country, possibility for thunderstorms. I thought we were going to see one of these airplanes, but it seems that they are now taxiing. Ah, yeah. Runway 18 left has also opened up. KLM flight 1677 to Naples is now going there. Interesting, interesting, interesting. What time is it? Oh yeah, of course, 9:33. We're still before the normal time I start streaming. So early. To me it feels like it is already later in the morning, but it is only 9:34 still. They opened up runway 18 left now. Now it is 2 runways for outbound traffic. Rise of a Duck, good morning, good to see you. Tina, goedemorgen. Alameen, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, let's see. Where did that A350 go to? You see several airplanes on the move. Right now it seems like they are all moving towards runway 18 left. I think that is the airplane to Naples. There you go. Alright, KLM flight 1199 to Oslo is looking like it's going to leave via this runway. Yeah, you can see it's still over there. So that will be coming this way. KLM flight 1199 to Oslo, a 737-800. Nelson, good morning. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you, my friend. Welcome back. Luc, morgen. Diana, goedemorgen. Hey there, Reina, good morning. This is normal runway configuration, right, Marissa? 9:20 till 11, 2 runways open for outbound and then 1 runway open, or was it the other way around? Now I'm starting to wonder. Let's see, whenever we do departures at Polderbaan, it's also most of the time parallel departures. So yeah, it is normal operations. 18 left from 9:20 till 11. Then 11 till 11:40, only Kaagbaan open, if I recall correctly. Martin asks if I have AMS live t-shirts already. Well, I did try a slim fit, but it was slimmer than I thought it would be. So I normally have size medium, and my slim fit t-shirt was too slim for me. So that's now Lisa's nighttime shirt, or at least one of them. But they're definitely available in the merch store, absolutely. Hats too. Hey, the firefighters, what are they doing? Yeah, here you go. There are firefighters active over there, you can see it. Also, a Chinese triple has arrived on the scene here and is going to park on the north side of the apron. They're still doing all kinds of work over there, so taxiing to their parking place is a bit of a hassle. Going left, going right, another tight corner. Gino, good morning. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And it's a day full of A350s. Between 9 a.m. when we began, or a little earlier, and between 2 p.m. we're expecting 9 or so. Yeah, those firefighters are still doing... They're wasting water. Think... Or is it... No, those are from the firefighters. Most certainly. There's also a fire station over there. I think this even might be their radio mast, their radio tower. Most certainly there are firefighters playing around with their toys over there. China Southern Cargo, 777 freighter. The first arrival here on the north side of the cargo apron. Watering the plants, indeed, Richard. Guten Morgen, Bob. Now, let's have a look on flight radar. Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia is coming this way. Let me also look at my Word document that I drafted yesterday evening to see what was leaving when. So, my schedule that I copied from the departures list on Flight Radar 24 yesterday evening said that there were going to be 2 A350s from Delta to Detroit and Minneapolis respectively that were supposed to leave around 9:30 and 9:40. And there is another Delta A350 to Atlanta, Georgia scheduled at 10:10. Interestingly, the A350 to Atlanta, now I am already seeing, and the one, oh yeah, to Minneapolis and to Detroit as well. So they are in fact underway. That's good to see. The next A350s after these 3 Deltas should leave at 11. Question is, are we going to see them? China Airlines A350 to Taipei and Singapore Airlines A350 to Singapore, both expected to leave around 11. If they will leave between 11 and 11:40, they'll almost certainly take off via the runway we are standing next to. Turkish A350 to Istanbul. Now I remember, it's the 11 between 11 and 11:40 time slot. That means that there's only one runway open. Turkish might also be coming this way. Turkish is going to leave, or at least is scheduled to leave at 11:15. So if Turkish also leaves between 11 and 11:40, we also ought to see it leave via this runway. In the meantime, I see that Nancy L is also back in the chat. Good morning, Nancy. She is celebrating a month of membership. She writes, "Hi boy, great job." Hey there, Nancy. Thank you for your support. Hope you're still good in the lounge. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking or anything. And thank you for the support and for your kind words. And welcome back, Nancy. Aviation Dutch, good morning. Dukman, good morning. Thought I already said hi to you. Mark, goedemorgen. Lance, good morning. I did start early today. Had a look yesterday evening at the departure schedule. Already had an inkling that I wanted to do departures today after 2 days of arrivals. So I was looking and going through the departures list yesterday, making notes of what would be interesting departures. And I realized that between 9 and 2, there would be 10 A350 departures, 2 of which would be special liveries. We already saw one leave. A350 Delta Team USA to Atlanta, Georgia. Petrikov on board. We're able to catch that. The Finnair A350 One World special livery also expected later. And there were also, at least according to the schedule that I saw on Flight Radar yesterday evening, there were also supposed to be 2 747s to leave. One was expected to leave 8:55, never saw it. Marissa looked into it just now, and there is one expected to go to Nairobi later in the morning. Whether or not we're going to see it remains to be seen, but it would be nice. I thought there was also going to be a Suparna leaving for Shanghai around 2. So yeah, I figured let's do an early stream then, from 9 until approximately 2. Daisy is swimming over here. Another Daisy already swam by with one duckling. And Chris Koot is chaperoning. Gary Grebe, we already saw. And Curtis Koot is over here, grazing in the grass. They really don't care that I'm here. They're just like, okay, he's back. That loud two-legged creature is back. Let's just ignore him. Oh. Did Chris call me? Oh no, never mind. He didn't. Ronald, goedemorgen. Martin Smith, good morning. Blackburst, good morning. Ange, good morning. Welcome back. John, good morning. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. Hope you are doing well as well, mate. Lovely weather over here, even though it looks a bit murky. It's just some high cirrus clouds in front of the sun. But it is already quite warm and there's hardly any wind, nor will there be. So I'm already standing here in my t-shirt and shorts. Lovely weather. Of course, after having applied sunscreen before going out. E2 Embraer 195. And what a great show we had yesterday. Ari coming over, dropping off some lovely chocolate chip cookies with cranberries. And then of course Michael DCA, who especially came to the Polderbaan to pay us a visit during his trip to Europe. That was absolutely amazing. Lenti, good morning. I am streaming on Thursdays, weather permitting. Don't know yet whether I will be filming departures or arrivals. First of all, it has to be dry. Second of all, the wind has to be favorable. I don't know yet, so I don't know yet whether or not I will be able to film your departure. This is KLM flight 1019 with a police helicopter in the background. Going to Leeds, and pretty soon we are going to see the first 777 of the show, KLM flight 713 to Paramaribo. Good morning, Frank. Willem FS, goedemorgen. Z9 queuing, I think I already said hi to. Conan, goedemorgen, good morning. There's the triple. There's an Embraer 190 to Norwich that is using Cheaters Lane. That's nice because the further forward they leave, the better of a chance we stand at being able to see it more from the side. In the meantime, also a warm welcome and a massive big thank you to Martin, who just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Mate, thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Hope you're going to like it in the lounge. If you know, we need to know where stuff is, ask around. There are many members that have gone before you already, and they'll happily show you around. Don't forget to use those custom emojis that now are at your disposal for as long as you're a member. 32 of them. And I challenge all of you members to get creative with them. Use them as inappropriately as you can think of. Entertain us with them. They're there for a reason. That's to have fun with. This is KLM flight 1055 to Norwich. Another Britty hopper. Trademark Frank, who coined the term. you're joining us only just now, you will probably have missed the departure of the first A350. It was Delta Airlines to Atlanta, Georgia, the Team USA special livery. It's not the only A350 in a special livery that we are expecting today, because Finnair will also leave later to Helsinki, and that's going to be in the One World livery. Didn't have a picture of it, so I chose Moomin instead as the thumbnail. Now it is showtime. The first 777-300 is coming. It's going to leave for Paramaribo KLM flight 713, the PHBVK, that's Bravo Victor Mike Kilo. The airplane is 12 years old, first flight May 2013. And Maria is indicating that we have already crossed through 200 likes. Thank you all so much for that. If you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It's a free way to support the channel, help us reach a wider audience of avgeeks who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. Check it out. That was absolutely wonderful. Next up will be the second A350 of the show, Delta Airlines flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan. Lining up over there, hidden from view, but it should become apparent as soon as it starts spooling up and rolling. Delta Airlines flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan is an A350-900 with registration November 516 Delta November. 3 years old. First flight December 2021. And John says, nice virus, boy. Not sure what you mean by that. Now, let's see what else is coming. KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru. What runway has it been assigned to? Because I can see it go to either runway. On paper, you'd think it goes to runway 24. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. Ah, nice view. I was already thinking, what is that guy meaning? Nice virus. Autocorrect, right? Yeah, the virus is very nice here. Absolutely it is. It's still a bit murky here. The sun is protruding through the clouds at times a bit more. You can also see a beautiful halo. Yesterday I went for a bike ride in the evening and I could also see in Dutch it's called bijzon. Not sure what that is in English. Almost as if there is a second sun right at an angle where also the halo is now visible. There's probably a term for it. Guys, help me out. A350 number 2. Hope the audio is good and isn't clipping on these departures. If it gets too loud and it starts clipping, let me know. Could reduce the volume just a teeny tiny touch. No problem. Nebenzonne, yeah. Which is also what it means in Dutch. Bijzon, nevenzon, bijverdiensten, nevenverdiensten. So yeah, I would immediately, as a Dutchie, understand that you are talking about what we call bijzon if you said nebenzonne. Close, but not clipping yet. Right. Well, I fear that maybe with an A330 it might clip just a little. If it does, let me know. If it's only with A330s and the other departures don't clip, maybe it is a sacrifice worth taking. Sundog, Peter K says. There you go. So I saw a beautiful sundog yesterday when I went for a bike ride a couple of hours before sunset. Really never saw it that bright. It really was almost like there was a second sun in the sky. But yeah, halo, sunspot spotting. Always nice to see all these meteorological phenomena in the sky. Alright, let's see. 2 runways are open and there's an Embraer 175 to Aberdeen now coming this way. KLM flight 913. That's a 7-year-old specimen. First flight October 2017. Issy, guten morgen, good morning. Redwake, goedemorgen. Lance loves the roar. That's great to hear. Hope you guys all are enjoying the roar. If it starts clipping the audio, let me know. If you're hearing crackling, let me know. If the stream starts buffering, let me know. I hope we're going to have an event, technically event-free stream. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're standing here at runway 24, which is the Kaagbaan, as it's colloquially called, primary runway for departures, although runway 18 left, aka the Aalsmeerbaan, is now also open for departures. There's hardly any wind, it's a KVK day and it's going to stay KVK for the upcoming hours, I think. Temperature is already quite warm. It was 17 degrees in the METAR earlier. We can have a quick look at the METAR, see what has changed. Probably just the temperature and maybe the wind. It's already 18 degrees C, so that's approaching 70 Fahrenheit. Just a tad below it, 65, 66-ish or so. Still, KVK. For those of you who don't know what it means, let me take you through it. So, METAR is the weather report, updated twice an hour, 5 minutes to the hour and 25 minutes past the hour. EHAM, together with AMS, is one of the 2 international abbreviations for Schiphol Airport. The date is the 31st, the time is 7:25 Zulu time, that's 9:25 Central European time. In other words, this is a report that's almost half an hour old. The wind speed, now just 5 knots from 190 degrees. We had variability in the wind earlier, but now it's just one direction. KVK, ceiling and visibility are okay. In the lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport, there are no clouds, no mist, no nothing that reduces visibility. The air temperature is 18 degrees Celsius, that's approximately 66, 67 degrees Fahrenheit. The dew point is 15 degrees C, roughly 60 F. The air pressure is 1018 hectopascals and means no significant changes expected in the upcoming 2 hours. Now there is an airplane coming, so let me first follow its departure and then I'll paste the METAR that I just now copied into the ticker. This is KLM flight 1269 to Copenhagen, a 737-800. Good morning, Pierre. And good morning to all others. Sophie, goedemorgen. Freddy, goedemorgen. The view is awesome. Happy to hear that, Sophie. Glad you're enjoying. Hope everybody is. QJ asks, can you spot in around 30 minutes the November 865 Golf Gin Tonic from Atlas? Is it arriving or is it leaving? In the meantime, I see that Jerome, aka Captain Jerry Donnelly, is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Jerome. Hope all is well. Quickly pasting the meter in the ticker for you guys. Then it is back to the camera controls. Next airplane is leaving for London City. That's an Embraer 190, KLM flight 983. Z9 Cubing asks if KLM does KLM have A330s? They definitely do, both 300s and 200s. Meanwhile, the Chinese triple is being unloaded, and have a look, there is somebody standing next to it just to see the scale of these humongous stacks of cargo. Also, BizJet Central just released a BizJet. Arriving. Well, we ought to see it when it has arrived here, QJ, because like the Qatar, it should traverse runway 0624. Atlas has its parking at the south side of the cargo apron, so we should see the Atlas Air once it has landed. Hadi David, goedemorgen. Richard asks how long I have been doing this now. Well, spotting all my life. YouTube and Amos Live since the end of 2022. Just about 2.5 years or so. Hey, Satori, goedemorgen. Kaagbaan asks if I'm watching the Schiphol series on TV/Videoland. I've seen just short bits of it when zapping past it. Yeah, I suppose it's interesting for those who want to know what happens at an airport. It's a bit similar to that series about Heathrow. Yeah, if you're interested in what goes on there, it is very interesting. I think it can be interesting. Me, I'm not watching it myself. I'm already strapped for time as it is. Working, streaming, going to the gym, household, girlfriend. It all takes up time. So if I do watch the telly, it's usually the news, and that's usually on replay because we're having dinner later than when the news happened. That is usually it, actually. KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki, Finland is now next to leave. That's 737-800, and in the background we can also see an A320 which has no call sign according to flight radar. It looks like Aer Lingus, so it's either going to Dublin or to Cork, which I think are the only two destinations that Aer Lingus flies to here from Amsterdam. Oh yeah, let's not forget drinking industrial quantities of vodka. You're so right, Ange. How could I forget? Oh wait, Korsakov. Anna, good morning. Eddie, good morning. Willem FS, goedemorgen. Leroy, goedemorgen, good morning. Lima flight has been pushed back. What runway has it been assigned to leave from, Marissa? Do you know? Probably this runway, but you never know. Hadi Bas, goedemorgen. Jonah Aviation, good morning. And here we go. Oh, I was having a sip of vodka, so I locked the tilt axis. So yeah, this is what it currently looks like. No rain expected, but we are still seeing quite a few high clouds. Cirrus clouds mostly, thin, a milky sun, a beautiful halo around the sun. And more narrow bodies for the time being. Although the wide bodies are coming. Be patient. Lima flight assigned to Kaagbaan. Thanks for looking that up, Marissa. That's good news. We should be able to see it leave here pretty soon then. Busiest leaving. Liberator also back in the chat. Kana Kurdistan also. Good morning, guys. And all others who might have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. A heap of A350s today, between 9 AM and 2 PM. I counted 9 or 10. 2 already left. Or has it been 3 already? I thought it was 2, right? Oh dear, buffer. Nothing going on here on my end. Hope things will resolve spontaneously. Not seeing any connections issues here on my phone or on my internet yet, so... Or are they now? Things still buffering. Interesting. Right here, everything is working. Okay, you guys are back. Because nothing is visible, nothing is lagging on my end. I'm thinking it might be a YouTube thing. Everything here was running perfectly smooth on my end. So I have no idea what happened just now. We should be right in time for the heavy hitters taking off. KLM flight 749 to Bogota is about to line up. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner. And after that, it looks like we are going to see, is it the third A350? Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis. So again, I saw you guys were reporting buffering. Everything was working and running smoothly on my end. Usually when there's a KPN issue, things are also lagging on my internet connection, both on my phone and on my laptop. And both my laptop and phone were working normally. So it doesn't look like I was having a problem here with KPN or anything. If you guys are seeing delay, maybe refresh and also try to press on the live button, because that also might help. You might not be watching live, and if you press on live, it goes back to when it is live again. In the background we see Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota, which I think, if I counted correctly, was the third A350 of the show. Now out of view, but already on the runway is KLM flight 749. That's going to go to Bogota. That's in Colombia, and that is right next to... It's a 787-10 Dreamliner, the PHBKK Bravo Kilo Kilo. 4 years old, first flight December 2020. We're still waiting for KLM flight 749 to start rolling. KLM is also buffering, indeed, what a shame. It is rolling now, at least according to flight radar. Not seeing any movement here yet, but we soon will. There you go. Right, that was the 787-10 to Bogota in Colombia. Next up, I think, if I counted correctly, the third A350 of the show, Delta Airlines flight 161, which will be leaving to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Ono says that more people are reporting problems with YouTube, so there you go. It's not just KPN that can have hiccups, it's YouTube as well, unfortunately. If you guys are suffering from lagging feeds, maybe refreshing or pressing on the live button helps. I also sometimes thought I was looking something live, but it was delayed and it turns out I wasn't live. And in my browser I could click on the live button, and then it would go back to being live. Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. A350, the November 509 Delta November. And what a looker. In the meantime, a warm welcome to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And from 9 a.m. until approximately 2 p.m., 9 or 10 A350s are expected. I think we now saw 3 leave. And Chris and Curtis Coot are over here grazing in the grass. We're also seeing a bizjet landing in the distance. Set the focus back again to infinity. There you go. Bizjet, sizable bizjet, no less. Landing on the Schiphol Oostbaan. That's runway 22. Good morning, Louis. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. This is KLM Flight 1303 to Gdansk in Poland, Embraer 190. And the 777-300 to Lima in Peru is behind it. Hopefully YouTube is not going to let us down anymore after the hiccup just now, because we're starting to see the exodus of the wide bodies. Next up ought to be KLM Flight 743 to Lima in Peru. And Peru is in Latin America. If you go a little bit to the north from Peru, you'll end up in Ecuador! You're goddamn right. It's another 777-300 that is going to come this way. PHBVG Bravo Victor Golf. And that is an airplane 13 years old. First flight was in May 2012. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. Dennis, goedemorgen. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already, if you want to support the channel for free. This is not a 777-300. This is a cheater on Cheater's Lane. KLM, flight 1185 to Christiansand and Embraer 175. And that's nice. It's taking Cheater's Lane, and that means it's not as high yet passing by. Hadi Adrie, goedemorgen. Knetter, goedemorgen. Knetter is tuning in from sunny Madrid, but look at what is happening over here. It's sunny here now as well. It's starting to get sunny. The halo is now partially gone. It's opening up. The sun is about to shine. I didn't apply sunscreen for nothing, luckily. Bit warmish though. Here it is, KLM Flight 743 to Lima in Peru, 777-300 the PHBVG Bravo Victor Golf. Let's look and see. And listen, of course. Intake condensation, inlet condensation, beautiful to see. Hopefully you guys weren't hearing any clipping. Still not too sure about the A330s, but for now, we're not going to see any yet. Stefan, goedemorgen. Chris, goedemorgen. Ari, I already said hi to. John Dutch Canadian, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, guys. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are standing here at Kaagbaan runway 24, primary runway for departures. Although runway 18 left is now also open. Next up, KLM flight 661 to Houston in Texas. PHBQA is the registration of the 777-200 that is now coming this way. The airplane is 21 years old. The first flight was in September 2003. And Peter van der Steen's best mate is leaving for Curaçao with TUI flight 767. Nice. We ought to be around to see it leave here, and it should also leave from this runway. So you're in luck, Peter. You should see your mate leave later in the show. Beautiful. Now, gotta hurry up because American Airlines flight 203 to Philadelphia is also ready to go. But I really need to go back to the computer and massively thank John Dutch Canadian, because he just now went ahead, gifted no less than 20 bleeping memberships. Mate, you really did not have to do that. Thank you so much for your unsurpassed generosity. John Dutch Canadian, mate, thank you so much. Dankjewel. I hope that everybody who received a gift of membership from you will enjoy it. Don't forget to say thank you to John if you are one of the recipients. Don't forget to use those custom emojis you now have at your disposal. Have fun with them. Get creative with them. Use them however you see fit. John, thank you once again so much. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. This is American Airlines flight 203 to Philadelphia. It's a 7878 Dreamliner. Fantastic. Hey, Air Baltic to Riga. I know there were 2 Air Baltics. Oh snap, this is just a standard livery. There were 2 in special liveries. I thought the Lithuanian and the Estonian flag were also leaving, but they might have already left via the wrong runway. I was hoping we were maybe going to see them. Maybe we will still, but for now, doesn't look to be the case. But before Air Baltic, we are going to see KLM flight 605 lining up right now in the distance, going to San Francisco. That's a 7879 Dreamliner, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Golf. And that is an 8-year-old Dreamliner. First flight June 2016. And before it is going to leave, I'm hopping over to the computer once again because I massively want to thank Peter van der Steen for your generous super sticker, a thumbs up hand gesture with the word stop. Mate, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much, Peter. Much appreciated. Lovely super sticker. Prop plane from Oostbaan, boss says. And yeah, I'm looking. Not seeing anything just yet. There was also a departure from 18 left just now, so I suspect now would be a good moment for anything from Oostbaan to be taking off. Let's keep the shot a little wide, but I see that the Dreamliner to San Francisco is also already coming. So yeah, if I have to prioritize, I'm going back to the Dreamliner then. 7879 to San Francisco, KLM flight 605. Indeed, QJ, listening house in Houston. That's also where house music originated from. Yeah, the Estonian and the Lithuanian QJ. Or at least yesterday evening when I was going through the departures list for today, I saw 2 special liveries. Hadi Bea, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, all others. Oh, and Gary Grebe is also over here, but can we see him? The camera is a bit lower than my eyesight is. Yeah, no, you have to... You can only see the wave he is causing by swimming. Gary Grebe, Mother Ducker. Let's see, Air Baltic should be leaving for Riga next, flight 618. It seems to be moving according to flight radar. The Yankee Lima, Charlie, Sierra Charlie. A220-300, 8 years old already. First flight March 2017. Mike S, goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Yeah, it's already airborne. It's going to be another one of those airplanes that you can only see the bottom of. If I counted correctly, we have seen 3 A350s out of 9 or 10 or so that are expected to leave Schiphol between now and 2 p.m. I'm zooming out a bit early just to show you how high the airplanes are already flying when they pass you by here, when they are climbing so steeply as the Air Baltic was. I think I need to go back to the computer again. I see a lot of people was gifted a membership by John Dutch Canadian. He is at it again. Oh dear, John Dutch Canadian, what are you doing, my friend? Another 10 gifted memberships courtesy of John just now. Mate, thank you so much. You really did not have to do that. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. If you are the recipient of a gifted membership, whoever it was from, don't forget to thank the gifter and enjoy the custom emojis. This is EasyJet going to London Luton. Hopefully nobody got the cramps. Hopefully nobody of you is Luton intolerant. Still have to make work of making that a design for the web store as well. Luton intolerant. KLM 737 to Billund. Now next, and I see another Air Baltic to Tallinn, but that's also a standard livery. What the fudge? Yesterday evening I was looking at the departures list on flight radar 24. Guess it's not as reliable as I thought it was going to be. And what a difference with the beginning of the stream when it was still early and it was not as warm as it has become. The heat wave distortion. And my camera picks it up really well, unfortunately. And apparently we crossed through 300 likes. And that spurred JD to gift 5 memberships. Jörg, mate, thank you so much. You really didn't have to do that. You went ahead, did it anyway. Another 5 members, courtesy of you. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will say thank you for it eventually. Don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal, guys. They're there for a reason, to have fun with, get creative with them. Jörg, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Skylines new members. And also Bogdan, welcome back in the chat, mate. Good to see you, hope all is well. Bogdan is celebrating 2 months of membership and he writes, keep the awesome work, boy. I will definitely do that. Thank you so much for your support, Bogdan. Always happy to see you in the chat. And I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Hit me up if something is running low and I'll put it on the groceries list. I'll do my utmost best to keep it up. Hell, I'll resort to using Viagra if need be. Tini, goedemorgen. Mike, goedemorgen. Michael Jackson, goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. Alrighty, KLM Flight 601 is next to leave if all is well. Let me zoom out a little bit, see that there are no cheaters on Cheaters Lane, and there doesn't seem to be. Hey, and I spy with my little eye, LATAM Cargo has been pushed back, the one to Brussels. Now I did see on the departures list, but since we also saw it arrive only later, I already thought was going to leave for Brussels later. Dare I ask what runway it has been assigned to? LATAM Cargo to Brussels. Probably the wrong runway, right? Probably the wrong one. Yeah, it's 18 left. I already thought so. That's a pity. Thanks for looking it up, Marissa. That's what I was afraid of. Such is life. KLM Flight 601 to LAX is, however, next to leave here. And that is the PHBKI 787-10 Dreamliner. 4 years old, first flight August 2020. Matt, goedemorgen. Good to see you, kerel. Atlas arrived and now taxiing to stand, QJ says. So there is an Atlas Air 747 that just now landed. Should be coming this way. Should be good. First up, KLM Flight 601 to LAX. Is Kevin going to be streaming later today? In that case, you might see this airplane land in his stream. Unless, of course, he is out and about. Hey, good news, Marissa. The China Southern A350 is now taxiing. We are also going to see it. That's delayed and from yesterday evening. Ooh, so that's a bonus A350. There were already 9 or 10 or so expected to leave between 9, scheduled to leave, I should say, between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. Dave 10 is also back. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Peter J. Butterman, good morning. Chris Smith, good morning. Chris is in the UK. Are you standing at Kaagbaan today? I am, mate. I absolutely am. This is runway 0624. I'm standing here in the grass field at the southwesterly end of the runway. You might occasionally hear some traffic, although my microphone is pointed towards the airfield and a bit higher up and is very directional. So if all is well, the ambient noise should be mostly airplane sounds. But yeah, this is the Kaagbaan, runway 0624. Now in use as runway 24, primary runway for departures. Although right now and approximately until 11, I should say until approximately 11, 18 left is also in use. Good morning, Stephen DB. What? Not from last night, but from 2 days ago? What? Okay. Interesting. Next up, the first A330-300 of the show. So this is the one I'm going to be unsure about. I hope you guys will not be hearing any clipping, and if it is going to clip, then it's probably just the A330s, because none of the other airplanes that we've seen thus far have clipped. Delta Airlines Flight 47 to New York JFK is now lined up and should be leaving pretty soon. Another A330-300. First time that we are seeing one in the show today. The November 830, November Whiskey, 8 years old, first flight January 2017. I really have to go back to the computer first, because John Dutch Canadian made, what are you doing? Again, please reassure me that you are spending money on AMS Live that you can afford to spend. This is another 10 memberships gifted by John Dutch Canadian just now. That's already 40 today, courtesy of John. John, mate, thank you so much for your extreme generosity. Welcome to the RWY Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to whoever you received a gifted membership from, whether it is John, JD, or somebody else. Yeah, to me this sounded like a louder departure than the previous departures from wide bodies have been. Wouldn't be surprised if this clipped a little. If it did, let me know. And also let me know what you think. Should I lower the ambient volume just a tad to reduce the clipping, or just take the given that it might clip on loud departures from A330s a little bit? Either way, once again, John Dutch Canadian, thank you so much. Please tell me that you are spending money that you can afford to lose and don't need yourself. Otherwise, I would not feel comfortable with it. I don't want anybody to spend money on AMS Live that they need themselves. Welcome to the RWY Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to John or dankjewel. No clipping, Marianne says. That's good. That's good. Alrighty, now this is KLM flight 751. That's 777-200 PHBQD Bravo Quebec Delta. And of course, we all know that Kilo is in. Alrighty, let's see. Let up cargo ought to become visible sometime soon. And I'm wondering what else we can see. Ah, there's the angry Chinese A350. Let them cargo should be passing by in the background from right to left at some moment. Flight radar now says that it has crossed the runway, but it did not follow the taxi lane, so I think we now see it on the right. Yeah. Now the angry A350 is in the way. Hey, that's an interesting suggestion. Frank says, wouldn't vodka vouchers be an idea for your merch shop? Well, honestly, I think if you are going to sell vouchers for liquor or liquor itself, you need a liquor license. Pretty sure it comes with strings attached. So on paper it would be a nice idea. Just think it'll go along with a lot of red tape and paperwork, which I'm not sure I'm looking forward to. I already saw the other day I already saw the other day that the Dutch Commissariat for the Media, which is a committee that is checking things in media, they already are regulating and checking influencers that have more than 500,000 subscribers, that they don't use subliminal messages and that they aren't advertising to children and whatnot. I heard that they were now also going to look into influencers that have a smaller following than 500,000 subscribers. They need to be registered at the Chamber of Commerce. They need to publish more than 24 videos or something in the last year. And they also need to make money with the videos that they produce. Check, check, check. So I'm wondering if there ever is going to be a sponsorship or anything. They'll probably be checking and looking into it closely. There's probably going to be red tape involved. Either way, this is China Southern Airlines, and shit, my tilt axis is was still locked. Flight 346, this is a bonus A350. Going to Beijing. Estonian flag livery is coming this way. That's good news. Or just stay off the vodka, says Daapje. Never. Never. That's not going to happen. In the meantime, an all-white 747, which I think we also saw earlier, 2 days ago. I think it was in the afternoon stream. Aviation, goedemorgen. I think we did see this one last Thursday, boss. Absolutely. Milan, good morning. Now we can only see the tail. And in the meantime, Bolt 850 is celebrating 7 months of membership. How are the fish in the canal? Throw a rod in, LOL, he says. There are definitely fish here in the canal, but I forgot to bring my fishing rod with me today, so I am afraid I am unable to give you an answer right away. But thank you so much for your support, Bolt. Hope everything is still to your liking. As a member in the Aurora Sky Lounge, if something is no longer to your liking, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it then. I'm also looking up now to see if I am maybe able to catch a contrail. The answer is no, because once again, a bit of milky sky right above me. This is looking right up. Well, there is a slight contrail visible. If you look closely, you can see something moving, but the more open sky right now is to the north of me. And we can see that Queenie is being parked right next to KLM. In the meantime, Sander, goedemorgen. Andy, good morning. Good morning to all others. Bob, good evening. Welcome back. Hope all is well, mate. Here we have the Estonian flag livery Air Baltic to Vilnius, where the evil Vilniuses live. One time standing at the Polderbaan near the beginning, Victor, I saw this airplane and it took cheater's lane. Beautiful thumbnail with a direct headshot of this special livery, looking really gnarly. Absolutely amazing. Already relatively high in the sky once it passes us by over here. Next up, KLM flight 597 to Cape Town in South. It's the PHBVV Bravo Victor Victor. And that's 777-300 4 years old, first flight December 2020. Kermit the Frog approves. He's also here. Making sure that everything is going the way it is supposed to. Quite a few airplanes have already gathered. Delta Airlines Flight 73 among them. That's the second A350 to Atlanta, Georgia. Now I lost track of the count. That's going to be the fourth or the fifth A350 already. It is a nice lineup today. Before the bonus China Southern, which I didn't even know we were going to see, we were counting on seeing 9 or 10 A350s today. Delta being the main supplier, but other notable candidates. Finnair leaving for Helsinki, One World livery. Maybe if we're lucky, Cathay Pacific. Singapore Airlines perhaps. Turkish possibly. Next airplane to leave is going to be an EasyJet A320 to Edinburgh. EasyJet flight 23302. This is the fifth. Yeah, so 3 Deltas and Angry Troy now we already saw. The Delta that is now in the vicinity of the threshold of runway 24 and that we are going to see leave in a couple of minutes from now shall become the fifth. And we're not done yet. So if you don't have to be anywhere, sit back and relax and enjoy the show because there's plenty more coming. The A350 barely making it into the frame now on the far left, and EasyJet flying to Edinburgh is now coming this way. World to Fly is expected to leave 5 minutes to 2 QJ. I also saw, at least yesterday when looking at the departure schedule, that Suparna was supposed to leave with a 747 to Shanghai at 2 o'clock. I thought Marissa already looked into it and saw that we are only going to see an airplane to Nairobi leave later. Mr. Biker is also back in the chat. Good morning to you, Paul. Welcome back, hope all is well. We're about to see the 5th A350 of the show. We started a bit early. The Team USA A350 also to Atlanta, Georgia, had Petrikov on board. He was shining the light, although I for one did not see the light, but maybe it was visible for you in replay. 3 Delta A350s. Ooh, that's cute. Gary Grebe has a little greebling on the back. Look at that, hiding in Mama's fur coat. That's a young greebling in zebra livery. And that's EasyJet. It is adorable, isn't it, Ange? Absolutely wonderful this time of year. Ducklings, greeblings. Next up should be the 5th A350 of the show. Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia, the November 571 Delta Zulu. John, mate, what are you doing? His support for 500 likes. Again, 10 memberships just now being gifted by John Dutch Canadian. Mate, we haven't reached the 500 likes yet, but that is a good way of stimulating it. Let's get to 500 likes, if only just to get John the 500 likes he was already giving support for. Also, like I said yesterday before, and I think I'll keep it as a fixed perk, whenever we get to 1k likes in a live stream while live, I will do an airplane dance for you guys. So it's probably not enticing enough for you to massively hit the like, but I'll happily do that. John, once again, thank you so much for your incredible support. It is above and beyond, and I am very, very thankful for it. I hope that the people who receive gifted memberships from you are also appreciative and say thank you at least. Welcome to the Skylines new members. This is Iberia Express, which I think might be directed to the center runway. Since it is now 10 to 11, yeah, I think it is going to be flying to the northeast of Schiphol, then to the north. Then it is possibly going to land on the center runway. Jay Ramy also in the chat. Miss you there, mate. I thought I saw you were there, but I missed the message, so apologies for that. Welcome back, mate. Hope you're doing well. Sim Content, good morning. Sim Content asks if it is possible to become a member on mobile. He doesn't see a button for it. Good question. Don't know the answer. Maybe somebody in the chat does know the answer. So KLM flight 1005 to London Heathrow is the next airplane coming this way now. That's an A321neo from KLM. Looks like KLM flight 615 to Portland, Oregon is going to be next, going back to Jerry's hometown. Howdy Jan, goedemorgen. Welcome back, mate. Good to see ya. So yeah, for those narrow bodies, this location is actually still too close to the runway. This A321neo, at least we get to see from the side somewhat. But some of those Embraers are already really high up, particularly if they take the threshold to leave from. Now there is a place on the other side of the road that is even higher up, but then the road is in the middle, and this is a road where there's no cycling path, there's no sidewalk, and everything moving over here is for the better part trucks. Case in point. So that's a pity, because standing further away where the truck is now but then to the right would be a more ideal situation. You will be seeing the traffic taking off from the runway more from the side. My camera can zoom in, no problem of course, but you would have those pesky trucks in the way. Or I would have to buy a really long XLR cable, put my microphone over here and then hope that the trucks don't break the XLR cable when they drive over it. Chris Curtis once again over here, not too far away from me, grazing in the grass. And I am once again hearing a twin jet right above me. I see the contrail, just don't see the airplane. Next up should be Delta Airlines Flight 57 to Salt Lake City. Back to manual focus set to infinity, which is why the grebes all of a sudden went a bit vague. Naked Atlas is expected to leave 20 minutes past 2. Marissa, can you see anything about Suparna to Shanghai? This is Delta Airlines Flight 57 to Salt Lake City. Registration November 418 Delta X-ray. Peter has to go. Have a nice Saturday. See you tomorrow, mate. Thanks for stopping by. And Chris says that above me was a Lufty A330-300. I was able to see the contrail, but I wasn't able to see the airplane itself. Cloudiness is a bit on and off, and right now it is once again just a tad more cloudy than it was an hour or so back, or half an hour back. I don't know exactly when I looked up and it was more blue, but still no info. Plane added at to the Suparna flight. Right, well, that's the thing with cargo departures. I've come to know that they are almost never on time, hardly ever. Klaus has to go buy some asparagus. Absolutely good. You have to eat your seasonal veggies while you can. I have the same with rhubarb. I always have the supply lying around whenever it is in season. Absolutely the best. If you've never tried it, try to make compote with it. Chop it up, boil it down to a mush. Add 10% sugar. So for a kilo of rhubarb, add 100 grams of sugar. Let it cool down. Eat it with a spoon, cool, and put some fresh strawberry on top. Best combination of sour and sweet that I know. Absolutely love it. All the best with buying the asparagus, Klaus, and see you in the next one, undoubtedly. Georgian Airways to Tbilisi. Tbilisi is going to be next. It's lining up. Gives me a quick moment to go back over to the computer because I saw that Jörg also went ahead gifting memberships. He just now gifted 5 memberships, and I think it was because you guys pushed us through 400 likes today. Thank you all so much for the support. 400 likes, and if you are enjoying the stream and you haven't left a like yet, don't forget to do so. Liking and subscribing is a free way and an easy way to help this channel grow and reach a wider audience of people that are also into aviation streams like you yourselves are. Thank you all for the support, for the likes, and Jörg, thank you so much for the generosity. 5 new memberships gifted. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will thank you for it and will enjoy the custom emojis. That's 32 custom emojis for you guys to play around with, be creative with them, have fun with them. They're there for a reason, and that's to have fun with. Spamming is not allowed, but you guys are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. Get creative with them, make us laugh, use them inappropriately, that's fun. I always like fun. I challenge you all to get creative. Now, before the next departure, also quick heading over to the computer before he is leaving to buy asparagus. Klaas just now sent 5 memberships. That's so strange. It used to be gifted 5 memberships. Now YouTube says send. He gifted 5 memberships. Klaas, thank you so much. Hope you still have plenty of money left to buy asparagus, mate, because I don't want you to eat less asparagus because of me. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön or dankjewel to Klaas if you are one of the recipients of his gifted memberships. Guys, thank you all so much for the generosity, Jörg and Klaas gifting memberships. And thank you all for the likes, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. I'm curious to see what the weather is doing. Let's see if we can make it over at the METAR. 18 degrees is what the temperature was. It is now already 20 degrees C, that's roughly 70 F. The wind is blowing from the south to southwest, so there's a little bit of crosswind for the airplanes taking off. It's only 5 knots of wind. Still cavalcade, so not much has changed except for the temperature, maybe the wind a knot more. Next up is EasyJet. Let me quickly go back to the camera first, film it, and then update the METAR with the ticker. This is an EasyJet A320neo Tunis, which is nice. Aviation nerd Milo, goedemorgen. Broer Rasta, goedemorgen. Buongiorno, Matthias. Imre, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, guys. The coots are still grazing over there. Another coot is swimming in the water right there. And over there is where we need to look to see the next departure. That's going to be SAS flight 552 to Copenhagen, A320neo. Let's not forget to quickly paste the METAR I just now copied into the ticker for you guys. John Dutch Canadian already went ahead and gifted memberships in anticipation of reaching 500 likes. We are at 422 right now, so we're still 78 shy. And 578 shy of an airplane dance by yours truly. Bakje stroopwafels en EMS live tijd. Goedemorgen, Imre. That's a good combination. Coffee, stroopwafel, and then a live stream. What better way to unwind on a lazy Saturday? Stroopwafels are so hot. We even have a regular viewer called Stroopwafel Aviation. Combining nice food with a nice activity. No activity yet on the south side of the cargo apron. Siegfried, goedemorgen. Mark, goedemorgen, good morning. Jörg is hopping off for today. Got some housework to do. Thank you for stopping by, Jörg. Enjoy the rest of your day. Careful with all the housework. Hopefully see you again tomorrow. This is Hans' favorite running. It is now 11:05 and if all is well, all departures between now and 11:40 should leave from the runway we are standing next to. That was Mikey, the bloody magpie. Oh, and a BizJet landing. Just see the tail. Was a bit too late to spot it. Hey, Frank also got gifted a membership. Excellent. A month of fooling around with the custom emojis for you then. Which I trust is in good hands, in your capable hands. Kyra, Formule 1, goedemorgen. This is KLM, flight 1219. It is a 737-900 going to Stockholm. Oh, it's another Frank. Oh, what? That's confusing. We need OG Frank to be called OG Frank or something like that. Or the other Frank be called Frank too. And why aren't you getting a membership, Frank? Have you switched it off? That option. This is confusing. Two Franks looking and sounding the same. Now I need to look at your pictures, which is really small on my split screen on my phone. This is confusing. Buses are also driving here. It's not just trucks, it's also buses. Clouds are thickening up a little bit. Still lovely temperature here though. It's not getting cold here by any means. No regrets going out in just a t-shirt and shorts. Ooh. Maybe try mediation before going to a lawsuit first. It'll save you some costs unless you are insured. Now. TUI Dreamliner in the back. And Kyra was wondering if I was live on Thursday evening. I did do a late afternoon stream on Thursday. Think I was around until 7:30 or so, 7:30 p.m. at the Polderbaan. Hey Alex, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Alex Bon 787. Auch wieder zurück. Next up is Air Arabia Morocco going to Nador. That's in Morocco, which is in the north of Air Arabia Morocco flight 122 to Nador, already in the air. There it is. This is an A320, 9 years old. And good morning to Jerry W. En Cor, goedemorgen. Air rabies. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Unless you get your shots. What's this building, I'm wondering? Doesn't look like it is our well-known franchise from the snack, the fast food. These look like bells from maybe, is that VU Medical University, the Free University of Amsterdam? Could be. Isn't this the building from the University of the University of Amsterdam, the Free University? Would make sense, since I think the south is also. Those high-rises are also a bit further to the right, which you normally would be able to see if I were filming arrivals here, because I'm now standing around 100 meters further back. To report that there is a TUI Dreamliner to Brussels now lined up here and ready to go. We also see that a Qatar cargo triple has arrived on the scene and it still needs to cross the runway. Question of course is, when is it going to do that? In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Alex Bon 787 who just now gifted 10 memberships. Alex, vielen Dank, Dankeschön. Das ist sehr schön. Dankeschön. Alex Bon just now gifting 10 memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Alex if you are one of the recipients of his gifted memberships, or Dankeschön, that also works. Don't forget to use those custom emojis. This is TUI, one of the custom emojis. Going to Brussels. And it is climbing like an emperor. Nice and quiet, it has to be said. I think it was also a derated takeoff. Very quiet. TUI to Brussels, probably a relocation flight. The PHTFM, 10 years old already. Cor Visser asks, how many airplanes does KLM have? And just as we were filming the Dreamliner, the Qatar crossed the runway. I think, what was that website again? There are websites that show you the entire fleet, all the registrations. It is quite a lot, probably up going towards 200, I would say, if I had to guess. It's time for the 6th Dreamliner, the 6th A350 of the show, ladies and gentlemen. Singapore Airlines. Pretty soon we are going to see it. The angry Chinese to Taipei is also pushed back. Question is, where will it take off from? It is 11:14, so I think we are going to see it over here. This is American Airlines Flight 221 to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. That's a chopper bike that passed me by. Almost sounded like a Harley. Rob asks if we can get an airplane dance at 500 likes. The answer is no. I'm not going to compromise on airplane dances. That is a 1K minimum. Let me see. I think the website is flight aware, but planespotters.net I think might also have all the information about the fleet of airlines. So if you want to see how many airplanes they have a look at these two websites. Paul confirming that it did sound like a Harley that was passing by. Those are just so typical, just like Orion airplanes. You can also immediately hear it. DC-3 Dakota also has a very specific sound. Once you've heard it, you instantaneously recognize it. This is EasyJet flight 27811 going to Venice, and after that it is time for the 6th A350 of the show. Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore. Another one of those high climbers. It's interesting to see that the Chinese triple already has the hatch closed. Oh! I spy with my little eye Daisy Duck with a little duckling. Well, it's not as little anymore. Lip lip. The duckling is not as small as the greebling that we saw earlier with the mama grebe. BizJet is landing, but so too an A350 is leaving. Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore. And I also thought I saw a glimpse of a 747 on flight radar. Marissa confirming. Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore. The 9 Victor Sierra Mike Oscar on its way. 8-year-old airplane, first flight May 2017. That is number 6. Number 6 already. Hey there Navy Jack, good to see ya. Michiel, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show. All others who have joined in the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And MP8351 to Nairobi is now alive on flight radar. I think it might be the KLM cargo over here. This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Hadi Afrodite, goedemorgen. This is Delta Airlines flight 49 going to New York JFK. The November 412 Delta X-Ray A330-900. Another airplane crossing the runway while we were filming the departure passing overhead. BA over there in the distance. First up, Air Europa path to Madrid. 737-800. So let's see, 767 from United to Washington is also coming. A330 to Kigali. Hey, and the Turkish A350 also pushed back, so that's together with the Chinese A350 to Taipei, numbers 7 and 8. Did I count correctly? We saw 6 already. Yeah, so those are numbers 7 and 8. Can also see a glimpse of the traffic coming into center. Just notice the twinkling of the lights of the airplane that is now landing on the center runway. I'm wondering, can we see the glide slope? Yeah, we can. So yeah, interesting stuff coming into center. Apparently I can also see that over here, at least until it goes behind the building. There you go. We're now at 463 likes, still a couple shy of the 500 that John Canadian already gifted memberships for. Once again, I'm hearing something, and only vaguely am I able to see a trace of a contrail. The sky is, oh yeah, there it is, the contrail. The airplane itself is hard to see. As you can see, it is once again a bit murky. The KLM 747 has now been pushed back. And we'll be moving to the threshold of runway 24 to leave for Nairobi in Kenya in first up, BA to London Heathrow, flight 433, already in the sky and already climbing out. Time for United after this, a 767-300 going to Washington. And that is KLM flight 537 to Kigali. Here's the angry Chinese A350. And the Turkish A350 is somewhere behind it, but not yet visible. This is United Airlines flight 947 to Washington, Washington dollars, I think. IAD. It's a 767-300 November 655 Uniform Alpha. 32 years old, first flight November 1992. Man, I just turned 10 a couple of months prior. So much has happened since. Smoky engines. Goedemorgen YouTube. Jimmy Slam, goedemorgen. Alan, top of the morning, mate. Good to see ya. Hope all is well. Welcome back, mate. What's this? Where did I see it? There we go. That's a helicopter about to land. The Airwolf helicopter. Yes, this is a tail of a KLM Cargo 747-400 freighter, which will be leaving from the runway we are standing next to, ladies and gentlemen. And while I had turned 10, Jerome had already turned 30 back in 1992. Next up is KLM flight 537. It is an A330-200 PHAOF, the FOF, 18 years old, first flight November 2006. It's going to Kigali. That's also somewhere in Here it comes. Hopefully the audio will not clip. Last time an A330 from Delta passed by, it didn't, so fingers crossed. If it does clip, let me know. I can lower the volume just a smidge, which should keep things in check. Howdy Jeroen, goedemorgen. Good morning. And Michael turned 32 in 92. There you go. Here's the golf ball, the dimpleless golf ball that has been renewed recently. Looks a bit more like the dome on the tower of the Polderbound runway. And here is Turkish. 2 consecutive A350s, numbers 7 and 8. This is number 7 coming this way already. China Airlines going to Taipei in Taiwan. Flight 74, A350-900, the Bravo 18901. And she is 8 years old, first flight September 2016. Looking angry. I don't want to go back to China. I want to stay here in the Netherlands. Absolutely amazing. Now it's time for the 8th A350 of the show. Is that a CRJ? It is a CRJ. Michael? Lufty going to Munich. Right now we still have one runway open. Has it been assigned to take off from runway 24 or will it leave from 18 left? That's the question. Next up, A350 number 8. That's the 8th already and we began the stream shortly before 9. Turkish Airlines flight 1952 going to Istanbul in Turkey. The airplane is 5 years old. The first flight was in March 2020. This is the Tango Charlie Lima Golf Alpha. 8 A350s already and we aren't done streaming yet. What a show. Perfect sound, Hans says. Thanks for the feedback, mate. Michiel asks, what makes you like the A350 so much? Well, if you need to ask, then I guess you don't know what is appealing about it and you don't think it is very appealing. I think it looks like a Predator bird. It's a composite Predator bird, looking very sleek and elegant. To me, it's the first A350 that is the first Airbus that is actually aesthetically pleasing. I don't think that the other airplanes from Airbus are that aesthetically pleasing. The A220 is not a real Airbus. So yeah, this is the first Airbus that I think is really aesthetically pleasing. I think that curved winglets should become mandatory on commercial airplanes from now on. And also like the bank robber slash raccoon slash sunglasses look around the cockpit windows. Alrighty, SAS flight 822, arriving from, going to Oslo. A320neo. And it is the CRJ that will be next to Munich. Now, Michael, I didn't see you in my local afternoon / early evening stream that I did on Thursday. Not sure if you watched it on replay, but in it we featured a CRJ 1000. First time I ever saw it. I think it was flying on, I don't remember. It was flying either on behalf of SAS, I think it was Lufti. But thus far we have only seen 900 long ranges. Was the first time that we featured a CRJ 1000 in the show. Of course, still looks like a CRJ, just a tad longer, but it was nice to see. I didn't even know that they existed. Lufti CRJ up next, flight 2303 from Lufthansa, going to Munich. This particular specimen is already 14 years old. First flight was in May 2011. Alright, now it is time for KLM Cargo, operated by Martin Air. It's a 747-400 freighter going to Nairobi, which is in Kenya, which is in it's the PHCKA. She's 22 years old, first flight March 2003. Let's look and listen. What a shame. What a shame that this has become a highlight of the show. A couple of decades ago, it was teeming with 747s. They were all cargo 747s here at Schiphol Airport. You could not look around without not accidentally bumping into a 747 with your camera. How times have changed, and not for the better, in my humble opinion. Beautiful to see. Now over to something that will be flying towards Sarah. JetBlue Flight 632 to Boston, Massachusetts, an A321neo. Coming your way. $489 likes, almost at 500. At least John Dutch Canadian did not gift his memberships earlier in vain if we'll have reached the 500 likes, because he did so in anticipation of the channel, the stream reaching the 500. Of course, add another 500 to them and I will do an airplane dance for you. Oh, what's going on there? Okay. Are they waving to somebody? Was that a pilot doing a wing wave? Because there certainly is no wind of significance that I feel should have caused it. See that Kjell is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Hey there, Saeed. Welcome. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat if you are new to the channel. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to shoot any questions that you might be having. We have quite a few people who are watching. Most of them, if not all of them, are friendly. They can be friendly at times. They'll give you funny answers if you ask them funny questions. So feel free to shoot if you do have any questions. It looks like we are now encountering a runway inspection. That usually means another runway is going to open up. It is almost 11:40 and that means 18 left is also going to open up again. Saeed asks if we see any Turkish Airlines. And the answer is we already saw one. Yeah. In the last half hour, a Turkish Airlines flight to Istanbul. And we have crossed through the 500 likes now. That is great. Thank you all so much for that. At least John Dutch Canadian can now sign off with peace of mind, knowing that his gifted memberships were not in vain. He already anticipated the 500 likes. Now we did get it. Of course, I don't want you to sign off already, but if you had to, at least you'll have peace of mind. 18 left, will close soon, Adi says. That's interesting. Here I was thinking it would open up again until 1 o'clock. In the meantime, LV Trader is tuning in from Vermont. Welcome. Welcome to the show. Nice of you to say hi. Welcome to the channel. Don't be afraid to say hi if you are new to the channel, or if you're not, if you've just been in Lurker's Lounge thus far. Charlotte, goedemorgen. Sarah says, wave to me, boy. I will wave to you. TUI Dreamliner in the background, going to Willemstad, Curaçao, flight 367. We still have one Chinese triple here on the north end of the cargo apron. And the hatch has been closed now for a while, so I'm wondering, is it going to leave sometime soon? Kjell wonders if I'm cold. Mate, look in the meter. Let me do a refresh. I think it has even gotten warmer. It was already 14 degrees. Upon arrival, it quickly became 17 degrees. It was 20 in the meter. Now it's become 21 already. No, mate, it is absolutely lovely here. Hardly any wind as well. David Slingerland says, I also want a cap like that. It is a lovely cap. It is a contrast snapback cap, if I recall correctly. I had one in black and orange before. This one is a bit different. Let me show you. I use it to hold my lavalier mic. So the voiceover mic. Let me zoom out a little bit. So it has a dark green bottom and the cap on the top is red and the rest of the cap is dark blue. The snapback thingy is red. Sound a bit softer because it also is where I keep my lavalier mic, which connects to my DJI wireless mic for my voiceover. So that my microphone is not only dry when it rains, it's also at a constant distance from my mouth and from higher up, where my sound is a bit more clear than if I had it pinned onto my chest. Turboprop, goedemorgen. Good morning. Tuning in from Assen in Drenthe. Milham, good morning. And good morning to all others. Petje af. Thank you, Said. Hats off is that in Dutch. So yeah, we have to wait a little before the next departure is going to happen. The TUI Dreamliner is already... No, it's still holding short. Are they inspecting the runway? It doesn't look like it. Now, the Dreamliner is holding short. There's also an Embraer 190 to London City right before it. I think if I zoom in, yeah, you can see both airplanes. Both are now holding short. The Embraer 190, one entrance to the runway closer to us. Hey Dens, goedemorgen. Martin, good morning. Dennis says, "There's a dead mouse in your head." Absolutely. It's my speaking tube. Allows me to speak to you in a clear manner. And the vodka bottle is to once again bring it back to incomprehensible slur. All throughout the morning, Chris and Curtis have been grazing here in the grass. I'm thinking I'm seeing movement. It does look like the TUI Dreamliner is lining up now first. Yeah, the Embraer is still over there. Hey, privilege stall. Privilege stall on the move in the background. Oh, and I have to sneeze. Or do I? I did. Kerosene fever, turboprop asks in Dutch. Might be. Could also be that I am allergic to coots and grass. Thank you, Tina. Dankjewel. Elephant incoming. Not yet, Han. I was breathing in and out through my nose to see if the elephant needs to be invited, but not yet. This is TUI, flight 367 to Willemstad, Curaçao. 7878 Dreamliner. If if you joined us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Kaagbaan, runway 0624 in use as runway 24, primary runway for for outbound traffic. Already we have seen 8 A350s and 1 KLM 747 leaving via this runway. Emirates is getting away via the now also opened runway 18 left. Emirates flight 146 presumably. Thomas, good morning. And good morning all others who have joined. Welcome to the show, guys. Hope you're doing well. 8 A350s we have already seen, and we aren't done yet. We have a Delta A330-300 to Detroit over there. And the KLM Embraer 190 to London City is also on the move. Good morning, John. Eight A350s we have already seen. At least the Finnair A350 is still coming in One World livery. I thought there was another one. Embraer 190, KLM flight 985 to London City. And in the background, Delta Airlines flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan. Let me have a look on my cheat sheet and see what more was scheduled. Yesterday evening I was looking at Flight Radar. Looking at the departures list of Schiphol Airport. And there were a few interesting airplanes that were still coming. Right now we are at least in awaitancy of the A350 from Finnair in the One World livery. China Southern is still expected to leave around 1:20, and Corendon World to Fly is also expected to leave. It has an ETD of 155, so that's at least 3 more A350s that we are expecting, and we already saw 8, so that makes the count 11 between 9 AM and 2 PM. My plan, as you may have inferred from what I'm telling you, is to stick around until the World to Fly with Corendon also has left. Delta Airlines flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan. A330-300, November 803, November Whiskey, the registration. The motto of A350s always seems to be, let's get loud. Good morning, Ghost, and good morning, another PR who is tuning in from San Juan in PR, Portugal, or are we talking about a different nation? Probably Portugal, right? Once again, runway 18 left is now also in use for departures. Departures to the east. This is Croatia Airlines with an A220 going to Zagreb in Croatia. Puerto Rico. Apologies then. PR Puerto Rico. Thought it might be Portugal, but there you go. Bird controller is coming this way. BA in the background that is going to line up next. There is another airplane already on the runway coming this way, and then Embraer 175 to Aberdeen. KLM flight 915. Ah, turboprop is gambling. So we need to know for sure, is PR Portugal, Puerto Rico, or is it something different altogether? Currently, I'm looking at my program that I stream with, EHAM Live. It says 540 likes. Thank you all so much. That is 460 more to go for an airplane dance. Nah, only with crosswindy conditions are we able to get above 1,000. Not actually sure that it actually helps, to be honest, but I suppose it doesn't hurt. KLM flight 915 to Aberdeen is now coming this way, and it is an Embraer 175. Already airborne. Already airborne and climbing, climbing, climbing. Looking around me, things look like so. This is what it looks like to the north. This is what it looks like to the west. And right above me, the clouds are thinning a little bit. Looking to the east, things look like so. It is a high veil of clouds that at times produces a halo. Now it doesn't. Contrails vaguely visible. Contrail remnants more precisely. It is absolutely not cold by any means. It is upwards of 20 degrees. I've been standing here in my t-shirt and shorts all day. Haven't been cold a single moment. Okay, and hardly any wind. Mikey, the bloody magpie, is over there. Overthinking his sins, thinking about what he did or didn't do. And Daniel Curzon, which I hope I pronounced somewhat properly, says, "Great show, mate. Tuning in from New South Wales, Australia. Welcome, mate." Another viewer from down under. We have quite a few actually. Quite a few Aussies and Kiwis have found their way to AMS Live already. Welcome, mate, and thank you for the kind words. If you are enjoying the show and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. Not only will your like bring us closer to another airplane dance by yours truly, but it on paper is set to help spread this content among new viewers who haven't heard of AMS Live yet, but who might also be interested in seeing the content. Jesse says, "Yo, don't film bird, my cat freaks out, lol." Oops, sorry not sorry. And Puerto Rico it is, there you go. In the background, we have Delta Airlines flight 243, which is going to go to Boston, Massachusetts pretty soon. Another airplane coming home to Sarah. There are also a few narrow bodies in the vicinity, but they aren't going to line up just yet. The sun once again is creeping through the clouds a bit, and that makes it a bit warmer. It's actually warm here. It's rather too warm here than too cool here. Even though, if you look at the footage, it looks like it's going to rain anytime soon. Jerry says 78 in Florida now at 6 a.m. Supposed to be 88 with rain. That is humid and clammy. Over here it is now 21 degrees C, so that is roughly 72 degrees F. Also relatively high humidity. Earlier with the wide bodies that departed, we could also see condensation at the engine inlets. Maybe with the Delta A330neo now coming this way, we get to see it again. Boat controller was letting off a round of fireworks. Neophyte, good morning. This is Delta Airlines Flight 243 coming home to Sarah, to Boston, Massachusetts. A330neo, November 408, Delta X-ray. And this specimen is 4 years old. Didn't see any condensation over at the engine inlets. Conan says, lol, my cat Boris was also freaking out over the bird noises. Yeah. More birds can be seen here in the grass as well, and I'm wondering which specimen is this. Let me see if I can zoom in a bit on it, because I don't think I've ever seen a bird looking like this before. Can you guys tell me what I am now filming, because it looks amazing. The head looks like a zebra livery, and then the rest is a bit grayish, or at least in my color vision deficient eyes it looks grayish. Is it trying to catch flies? It looks like it, doesn't it? What? What was that? Quick start. Ah. Yeah. My knowledge also goes that far done, so apparently a quick start. Or whip start, pied wagtail. Right. It's time for another big bird that I do know what it is. Delta Airlines A330-300. This one going to Tampa, Florida. November 808, November Whiskey. 21 years old already. First flight March 2004. Okido, okido, okido. Hey, that's not what it said on Flight Radar. They once again screwed me over. Looking at the departures list of Flight Radar a day before the actual day is not very reliable, because I thought Finnair was here with an A350. In fact, yesterday evening it said A350 One World livery. This is just an A320. Mother ducker. Kermit is also outraged, you can hear him. What the fudge? I feel misled by Flight Radar. Those bastards. So scratch that. So all in all, I think the total amounts to the same, 9 or 10 at least, but we had an additional bonus A350 that I didn't count on leaving, and now one that I did count on is basically non-existent. Bit colder in Sydney. Bob says it's 12.8 degrees C, so that is roughly, what is it, 56F? Or is it 40? No, 46. 46F. With 87% relative humidity. This is KLM flight 1167 to Bergen. Thank you, and for your kind-heartedness. Leaping folk at flight radar. It's their fault, not Finnair. A couple of Qatar cargo triples are parked behind that all-white 747. And that is a 747 with the white tail. Quite easy to see. You can also see that the trim is already set. Neutral position would mean that the elevators would be pitched upward a bit more horizontal. You can see that they are now pointing downward, and that is trim. That is trim. Probably still the landing configuration. And it was a white wagtail, it's me, Mike says, who informed with his grandpa, who knows about birds. Thank you both so much for letting us know. Now, what is that in Dutch? A white wagtail. This is Finnair flight 1302 going to bloody Helsinki. Bloody A320 instead of an A350. Good riddance. Good riddance. Daisy is having breakfast, eating some water. Apparently the water over here is quite crunchy. They are often spotted eating water. Ducks, but also coots and grebes. Must be very tasty. Witte Kwikstaart. Ah, thank you, Duns. Jeroen back. Good to see ya. And W. Snyder says that the A350 from Finnair will arrive tonight. Emirates Sky Cargo. Yep, Emirates Sky Cargo. So that is a candidate to join the Chinese 777 here on the north side of the cargo apron. Garuda Indonesia with a 777 with a lovely livery, Jeroen says. The PKGIG, the gig. The gig is coming. Now, as the gig is coming, we also have BizJets leaving. Another one just now took off from runway 22. I am going to turn around the camera again to the threshold of Kaagbaan, since a KLM Dreamliner is now lined up and ready to go. KLM flight 691 will be coming this way, off to Toronto, Canada. This is the PHBKH Bravo Kilo Hotel, 5 years old, first flight May 2020. Here we can see it coming. The sun is starting to shine and we still have little to no wind. It's getting clammy over here, I'll tell you. Emirates Sky Cargo is making its way over. And I see that one of the Qatar triples is now alive on the platform. And are they pushing it back already? I think they are. They are already pushing it back. If you guys are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing. It's an easy way and free way to support the channel, reach a wider audience, bring in more awesome people like you guys are, who are into live streams like these but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. So a lot of A350s we have seen already. We're not there yet, or at least on paper. I wonder if the scheduled A350s of yesterday evening are still scheduled to go out. There should still be a China Southern A350 that has an estimated time of departure of 1:20, and Corendon World to Fly should fly to Curaçao with an estimated time of departure of 1:55. Wonder if that is still in the books or if that has now changed, and are they also flying A320s? Well, not in the case of World to Fly, but the question of course is, when will it leave? As far as I'm concerned, I'm sticking around for the World to Fly, if it is indeed expected to leave a few minutes to 2. It's now 12:06, and that means that we are still looking at 55 minutes of 2 runways being used for departures. Runway 1 at left is also open. Wide bodies and narrow bodies flying to the east will leave from it. ITA flight 107 has been pushed back, but where will it leave from? More often than not they take 18 left, but you never know. Probably not, but I see already that the ITA to Milan is now leaving from 18 left. So the one to Rome will probably do the same. As you can see, we are still able to see the departures from 18 left quite well from over here. Right. Now I'm not able to follow everything going on the platform, so if the Singapore, what's it called again? Garuda Indonesia is about to take off from 18 left. Do let me know in the chat. In the meantime, Chris Coot over here in the grass, grazing. Thank you, Marissa. World to Fly Corendon is still estimated at 1:55. Gary in Amsterdam also back in the chat. Better late than never, mate. It's never too late, is it? That's a misconception that you need to be early. Well, I need to be early to catch the worm, but you guys can watch replay. However, Gary, you may want to know that you missed the departure of 8. Has it been now? 8 A350s already. There's still at least one more to go. And the banana from Luton is coming from the Kaagbaan, coming this way. Thanks for the heads up. Good to know. So we need to be on the lookout for something yellow. Meanwhile, I also see that Star Wings is going to Augsburg. It is on the move. It is a Beech B200 Super King Air, and that's a twin prop. Seems to be moving now. That is very, very nice if we are able to see it taking off pretty soon. Damon asks, what happened to Delta 143 bound for Seattle? What of it? Didn't it depart? Danny, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Chris is nibbling here on some fibers. I'm looking around to see if maybe I can spot something interesting else. And I think there is a quad-engined airplane coming my way. Now, it is still murky and nebulous, but let's see what we can make of it. It does look like a quad-engined airplane. It is now in the wrong quadrant of the sky. Same location, the same quadrant as the sun is, and that makes it hard to see. So it is something with 4 engines. It is coming my way, and I think once it has passed the sun and is also moving away from me, the contrast is most optimal. We ought to see more details in the airplane. In the meantime, the hatch of Emirates is opening. The China Southern Cargo has had a closed hatch now for a while. Why am I now no longer seeing that twin engine prop that I saw on Flight Radar before? Interesting. Also happening is that a wide body is now approaching and ITA is leaving. The ITA to Rome, and there is United Flight 908. I'm wondering where is the ITA? They're going to become visible. ITA Airways Flight 107 to Rome. Now that turboprop I saw before, now I once again see, and it looks like it is lining up on runway 22 now. Qatar triple cargo is also on the move and should become visible in the background at some point from right to left. I'm now eyeing the Beech B200 Super King Air that should be going to Augsburg from runway 22. Or at least that's what it now looks like. It's a bit difficult because it doesn't seem to be moving, looking on Flight Radar. Also not seeing anything in the background other than the KLM that just now took off from Alsmeerban. No movement yet. And KLM Flight 1431 to Lyon is now rolling. That's now coming in the background. That's the airplane taking off. I keep my eye on the beach that is now near the threshold of runway 22. I think it might have to wait until the wide bodies that are now approaching the threshold of 18 left have taken off. Since the runway headings are intersecting, they cannot go simultaneously and one will have to wait for the other. Now once again, no longer visible. Maybe they've turned off the transponder. It also looks like there is a bird of prey hovering over here somewhere. Can I find it? There it is. Pretty sure that that is a bird of prey. And it's not a helicopter kestrel. Lovely, lovely to see. Right, well, at least a triple to Mumbai has now taken to the sky. Buzzard, there you go. That was quite beautiful to see. Paul and Declan, good to see you again. Welcome back. Armin, goedemorgen. Tales from the Hovel. Hovel? Also says Buzzard. Kermit, now audible quite clearly. And this is United Airlines Flight 908 going to Chicago O'Hare. The November 26906. 12 years old, first flight October 2012. And right now I'm still not seeing that Beach 200. Wagner, bom dia. Captain Eddie Boss, good evening. Daapje has to go. Thanks for joining, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. I think we are going to see that potassium bomb over there. What does it belong to? I think it's a banana. Ah, the Beach Airborne. There we go. Son of a beach. Funny that this is a beach and the road it is now flying towards is Beach Avenue. What a coincidence. Prop. Props to the pilot for flying out that prop. That beach over Beach Avenue. Reageerder, goeiedag. Hey, Garuda, ladies and gentlemen, why is it coming this way? Why is the Garuda coming this way? It looks... It looks like Garuda Indonesia is coming this way, doesn't it? Am I missing something here? Is it taking the touristic scenic route or has it been reassigned runway 24? Because to me it looks like it is coming this way. Ah, it has been reassigned. Perfect. Mercer, you should know that I am unable to see all messages. I do miss some, well, more than some. Absolutely great. Garuda Indonesia, retro livery, a nice little bonus that we are going to see pretty soon, emanating from behind the terminal building over there. Cue the Jaws music. First up, KLM 927 to Edinburgh. Sup, bruh? Cheap excuse indeed, Marissa. I'm all about them. Donald is also back in the... Well, not in the... Yeah, in the stream. In the water stream. In the YouTube stream. That's stream inception. There it is, Garuda Indonesia will leave for Jakarta in a few moments. Iberia Express in the background. Spotter, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Perfect timing. If you guys have been enjoying the stream thus far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing. An easy way to help support the channel, help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people who may not have heard of AMS Live yet. Garuda Indonesia, retro livery, going to Jakarta, coming this way via our runway. Excellent. It's turning and burning. The Papa Kilo Golf India Golf. Here she is. 777-300. No, wait. I thought it was doing a rolling start, but it isn't. The PKGIG is 10 years old. First flight August 2014. Now I think I can hear its engines. Just as Donald and Daisy are passing by where they are visible and they're being followed by Chris Coote. I'm not making this up. True story. And what a looker it is, isn't it? Garuda retro livery. I like that they made the dome over there also red. Nice touch, you don't often see. Also looks like the Coast Guard will be leaving soon. Aphrodite wonders if my ears are still attached. They certainly are. Absolutely they are. No need to worry. Do they still work? No, but that has been like that for a long time. Here it is, the Coast Guard -8100, and I was also trying to click on Flight Radar on its label. Multitasking. Let's see, this airplane, a -8100, 38 years old. First flight was in September 1986, ladies and gentlemen. Still has a Canadian registration, starting with Charlie. Alrighty, let me quickly get rid of a small spider that is now in my sun cap that I have over my LCD, my camera LCD. There we go. It thought it had found a new home to build a web in. I hate to tell him, that's not going to be happening today. Right, so that was the Coast Guard. Let's see what else is up. Well, the A350 1000 to Hong Kong has come alive, but it is probably going to take off from the wrong runway, considering it is well before 1 o'clock. Between 1 and 2, once again, one runway open for outbound traffic. The G is leaving, also taxiing on its way to 18 left. And 3 Embraer 175s in the meantime, taxiing. Are they going to the Kaagbaan? I don't think that they are. Cathay assigned to the wrong runway as expected. In fact, all the Embraer 175s are also moving there. Well, the one to Glasgow is probably going to take off from the runway over here. Never ceases to amaze if you zoom in and you just see how high these stacks of cargo are. Absolutely immense. I think right now only KLM flight 939 is going to take off from this runway, unless they are doing a runway inspection, but that doesn't seem to be the case. And looking over my camera, I can also see that the Embraer 175 is lining up, or at least it starts rolling onto the runway. It's nice when there are people also working with the cargo, because then you can see just how tall these massive stacks of cargo are and just how big these airplanes also are, because you think, oh yeah, it's big, but how big really is it? But if you see the yellow vest from the person there, and you realize that the stacks of cargo coming out of the airplane are twice as high almost. Unless of course the man working there is a midget. Captain Eddie Boss has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Captain Eddie Boss. Say hi to Andian. See you later. Aphrodite also has to go. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day and see you tomorrow then. Howdy great, goedemiddag, good to see ya. Oh, EasyJet has also arrived on the scene. EasyJet to Bristol. And also something to Inverness. A couple of airplanes that are going to leave to the UK. Ah, and Donald and Daisy have arrived. Wah, 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 wah. I keep wanting to zoom in to there, but there's nothing to see except the tails of the cargo airplanes that are parked on the south side of the runway. And over here we have KLM flight 939, which is on its way to Glasgow. Oh, that's Gary Grebe making a ruckus. Theo also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. And welcome to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and it is a day filled with A350s. If you joined us only later, you may have missed... How many have we seen now? 9 already? 8 or 9? And there are more. The plan is to stick around until shortly before 2 o'clock when the World to Fly Corendon A350 is also expected to leave for Willemstad, Curaçao. Next up, EasyJet flight 25531 to Bristol. That is an A319. Austrian registered OELQB. Eight A350s we have already seen. And we're not done yet, if all is well. Now once again things are warming up a little bit. It looks still nebulous. The sun is now once again in a part of the sky where the clouds are still there but very thin. There's no wind at all. If you look at the reeds, they're hardly moving, they're not moving at all. Yeah, so it's one of those scorcher days over here where if I hadn't dressed up in shorts and t-shirt, I would have been too warm already. I would have been dead probably. E2 Embraer 195. Michael back, had to feed the dogs. Dennis back, who was getting a sandwich. Well, we all have stuff to do at times, don't we? Mercer is also going to grab some food. Last time I had food was yesterday before going to bed. That's still going a treat, the diet. Skipping breakfast, something you need to get used to, but once you do, it's very easy to keep it up. Only thing I have been consuming today is vodka and coffee. Time for another sip. A350 1000 on the move, but going to the wrong runway sadly. Something red is also coming this way. Or at least has come alive on the platform. And KLM 777-200 to Las Vegas is also coming this way. KLM flight 635 underway. Still eyeing flight radar to see if maybe that A350 1000 is coming this way, but right now it doesn't look like it. Of course, we were already lucky with Garuda Indonesia being redirected to runway 24. Will lightning strike twice? Playtime is coming to runway 24. That has already been confirmed, says Paul. That's good. Yeah, an A350 is continuing to move towards the what now has become threshold of 18 left. If you look on YouTube, there is also an interesting video from Schiphol Group itself that is in Dutch, but it does explain a little bit about the repairs, the maintenance that they're doing at runway 0927. They also have sort of a shield of fences, blast fences if you will, right south of the crossing of the runway, so that the airplanes can still take off from runway 18 left. Jaden is tuning in from Australia. Good to see ya. KLM flight 635 has only now been pushed back, so it is going to come this way pretty soon, but not yet. Play is already on the move, and the A350 1000 just now passed by. I was looking on flight radar, could see it move. It should be rotating over there, I think, somewhere. Then it ought to become apparent for us. We should be able to follow it a bit. Ooh, what's that? Splishy splashy. Think it was birds causing it and not fish. Cathay Pacific A350 1000 going to Hong Kong. Going away via the wrong runway. It was to be expected that some were going to get away. Thus far, we have been very lucky with that, with that respect. Hey there, Maria, who is tuning in from Slovakia. Welcome back. Jimmy, good afternoon. Welcome back. So yeah, that's the A350 1000. Play is coming this way. At the moment it is taxiing around the terminal building, now going around the eastern block, coming this way. wondering if KLM flight 1285 is leaving from this runway. It's going to go to Aalborg. Yeah, the airplane to Aalborg is going to the other runway. Play is coming this way already. Now also alive on the platform is KLM flight 667, which is going to go to Austin at some point. KLM flight 635, the 777-200 to Las Vegas, is now also on the move and is coming this way. First airplane to appear is going to be Play. I think I'm hearing the chopper again. I think that might be the Harley Davidson that we were hearing before. Embraer 190 to Aalborg now seems to have made a turn. Not sure where it is going based on what I see on flight radar. Is that now coming this way? It does look like it, doesn't it? Yeah, KLM flight 1285 to Aalborg. Britty Hopper flying on behalf of KLM. Aalborg plane making a U-turn. I also thought it looked like that. Alrighty, that means that there are now 3 airplanes coming this way. Play in the meantime has already arrived over here. And over there we have the KLM 777-200 to Las Vegas. There's our custom emoji. And right here should be KLM flight 1285. That's a Britty Hopper going to Aalborg. Embraer 190. No, wait, it's not a Britty Hopper. Wait, no, it's German Airways. It's the Dupree. This is the airplane that we used to know and love as Chucky. A painful reminder of awesomeness that once was and now no longer is. The airplane that we used to know as Chucky and now no longer is. We just know it as Dupree. Going to Aalborg. A sad fate for what once was an awesome airplane. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, members, time to dust off that red emoji. You know what time it is. It is indeed once again time for play. Going to Reykjavik, Iceland, flight 461. Airbus A320neo, the TFPPA Papa Alpha. Big picture, this is what it currently looks like. More openness in the sky. Actually quite warm. Over here it feels like there is no breeze at all. Next up will be KLM flight 635, a 777-200 to Las Vegas. That is the PHBQC Bravo Quebec Charlie. Let's have a quick look at the METAR, see what it is saying. It is saying 22 degrees now and a lot of variation between the wind, which is only 5 knots. It is still CAV OK. Not much has changed otherwise. KLM 777-200 will be next to leave to Las Vegas. I think I can already hear the engines spool up. And here is the airplane coming. See that Bill J also has returned to the stream. Good to see you, Bill. Hope all is well. And that is KLM. With the 777 on its way to Las Vegas. Ryanair is next. Ryanair to Dublin, Ireland. And it is 1:45, which means that in 15 minutes from now the power hour will begin. Well, actually power hour is an inbound rush hour with 2 runways open for inbound traffic, but that means only 1 runway is going to stay open for outbound traffic. This runway we are standing next to is going to be that 1 runway. Ryanair to Dublin, Ireland is going to be next. A MAX 8 737 flight 421. Registration IHR. IHR. Is that an abbreviation for Interactive Human Resources? And Marissa says that the fake is being pushed back. That is not fake news. That is nice to hear. PHAKE coming this way, or at least that's what I am assuming. First up, Ryanair on its way to Dublin, Ireland. Kermit is also still having a blast, and if you guys are having a blast as well, consider leaving a like and subscribing if you haven't already. Supposedly helps to reach more people, a wider audience. MAX 8. So yeah, let's see. Now we can see contrails a bit better, at least in the sky west of me and southwest of me. It's just that I'm now not seeing any. There were a couple of airplanes that I heard pass by overhead earlier in the show, but that were still we were still unable to see because of the density of the clouds. It's now more open. So yeah, let's see if maybe something interesting will pass us by. For now, the plan is to stick around until approximately shortly before 2 o'clock. The World to Fly Corendon A350 expected to leave a couple of minutes to 2. Would make a nice last airplane on this stream where we have seen so many A350s already. I'm hearing engines spool up. That's KLM flight 667 to Austin, Texas. Another 777-200 the PHBQN. That's Bravo, Quebec, November. 19-year-old airplane. First flight April 2006. Marissa wonders if I watched a secret F1 race that I know Max is 8th. Is it Formula 1 again this weekend? Just wondering. Do get the feeling that we have a bit less viewers than we were having on working days, Friday and Saturday, Friday and Thursday. Wondering, is there Formula 1 going on or something? Well, it is of course lovely weather. People are probably also out and about, and rightly so. I wish there was a bit more wind now. That would top it off, that would make it perfect. BizJet just now took off from runway 22. Ah, Barcelona F1, there you go. That explains partially why we have a bit less viewers than, for instance, on Friday and Thursday when people were just working. Ah, free training, right, there you go. Pushback of the triple that arrived here the earliest. Is it going to take off from runway 24, I wonder? I think it might be. Quite a few wide bodies are now leaving from runway 24, and everything in the upcoming hour is also going to take off from runway 24. It's almost 1 o'clock, between 1 and 2, just one runway open for outbound traffic. That's going to be this runway. So I've got a hunch that the triple freighter that we saw being pushed back just now, and of which we are going to hear, or are hearing, the GE90s being started. They're all coming this way. First up, KLM, flight 735 to Willemstad, Curaçao. The PHBVB, Bravo Victor Bravo, 777-300 going to Willemstad, Curaçao. 17 years old, first flight March 2008. Showtime. KLM Asia flying to Willemstad, Curaçao in the Asian islands of the Caribbean. China Southern Cargo. Pretty sure it is going to take off from the runway we are now standing next to. KLM flight 677 to Calgary looks to become one of the next couple of airplanes that is going to leave. I think it is approaching over there. A330. The airplane you're seeing is fake. It's not real. It's just a hallucination. A380 is going to land soon. Which runway has it been assigned to, Dennis? Will it land on the Polderbaan or will it land on center? I hope center, because we can see the glide slope of airplanes to center right here. Dennis thinks center, that would be nice. Let me know if it is on the glide slope, because then I am able to show you guys as well. Well, we are at 646 likes. thank you all so much for that. We're still a bit away from the 1000 that will unleash another airplane dance from yours truly. But who knows, we might be able to make it. We're not done streaming yet. If all is well, another hour is in the pipeline. My plan is to stick around until the World to Fly has left. At least if it doesn't get significantly delayed. Its estimated time of departure is 5 minutes to 2. Is that still the current estimated time of departure? KLM flight 603 is now next to come this way. It is already rolling. PHBKC, Bravo, Kilo, Charlie, going to LAX. 787-10 Dreamliner, 5 years old, first flight October 2019. What a difference with the early morning. If you look back the first hour of the stream, hardly any distortion from the heat waves. In the meantime, things have gotten a bit warmer over here, as you guys can see. World to Fly estimated at 10 past 2. That's cool. Only thing I need to take into consideration is my DJI mic batteries. Let's have a quick look. They are still decently filled, both the transmitter and the receiver. So that's good. A380 has been assigned to the Polderbaan, Maria says. Yeah, so that's a bit more finicky to see from over here. Lucky for the people who are at the Polderbaan, by the way, since it is now almost 1 o'clock. Where's it flying? I'm not watching the inbound traffic on Flight Radar right now. Takes a bit of time to switch it up. Bill J wonders if I will be able to stream at this location during the NATO summit. That's a good question, mate. On paper, thus far, all the information that I've seen about closures and whatnot, it doesn't say that this is going to be prohibited area, closed off or anything. But I would be surprised personally if it were accessible. Even though it doesn't say it isn't accessible, I highly doubt it would be, but there you go, maybe they will keep things open. And this is the fake, the PHAKE. I mean, it would be easy enough to put a car from the military police here and keep everybody out who would be walking up here. I think it would be easy for them to do. Think about it, if I had a rocket launcher, I would be able to do harm if I wanted to. Yeah, then again, I don't know. Intuitively, I would be hesitant to say that this would be accessible. I think it would pose a safety risk. But then again, that also goes for the area around the McDonald's. Itsy bitsy spider walking on my camera. Let's see, Eastern Airways, Brady Hopper. The A380 is now close by. Oh yeah, I think I have it. Let's have a quick look at it. Where did I see it now? Oh yeah, there it is. Rather hard to miss. There you go, Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai. And this is where we are going to lose the A380, unfortunately. Right, half a liter of coffee, a liter of vodka, and now still half a liter of chilled vodka here with me. Lord knows we need it. The Chinese triple is also moving towards the threshold of runway 24, and even though we still had a departure and are still seeing a departure from runway 18 left in the background, I am expecting it to close pretty soon. Which means that all outbound traffic should leave again via this one runway. DHL A300 to Madrid is probably going to the wrong runway, right? Robert also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all was well. What runway has the DHL been assigned to? Wrong runway. Okay. I'm wondering until when they are going to keep 18 left open. Is Bezoek Bus saying something different with respect to the expected runway use? Are they planning on keeping it open longer than after 1 o'clock? I'm wondering. Right, quite a few airplanes now all around the threshold of runway 24. It looks like number 175, KLM flight 1177 to Stavanger is now rolling and is the first departure. After this, I'm counting at least 3 wide bodies. That should be leaving next after that. Wasn't there oh no, wait, we did see it. For a brief moment I was wondering, wasn't there supposed to be a 747 to Nairobi, but we did see it, the KLM. That one we did see. Yesterday it said that Suparna was also going to leave around 2 o'clock, but apparently that already is off the books. That's a pity. If all is well, Delta Airlines flight 143 to Seattle, Washington is now on the move, coming this way. There it is. The November 413 Delta X-Ray. And that's an A330 Neo. Thanks for looking that up, Dukman, who had a look on Bezoek Bus, and over there it said just runway 24 for departures from 1 o'clock onward. So whatever traffic is still destined to leave from 18 left will probably be the last. So yeah, current status quo, looking to the west, this is what it looks like. It does look like above sea, which is over there. Further to the north, there are some clouds forming. Quite interesting to see. Right now where I am stood, everything is more or less blue. You can also see the same whitish backdrop against the eastern horizon, interestingly. It looks like I am surrounded, also looking to the south, it looks like I am surrounded by clouds at the horizon, and I'm standing here in an island of blue sky. Now I'm wondering, what does it look like on the satellite footage? Sadly, I don't have time to be looking that up because China Southern Cargo is now rolling and coming. That's the 777 freighter that was parked on the north side of the apron here. Bravo 20 Echo Mike is the registration. An angry looking Chinese freighter that seems to be saying, I don't want to go back to China, I don't want to go back to Shanghai. But that is where it is going to. 5-year-old airplane, first flight February 2020. Bye bye. And Mercer sees a bank robber being pushed back. Do we have any money left? So many bank robbers already have visited the Netherlands. Canadians out to get our money. And I understand that not everybody understands the reference. Let me see if I can find it quickly. Canadians to get our money. I found the reference. I will first follow, of course, this departure. KLM flight 611 to Chicago O'Hare. 787-10 Dreamliner to PHBKM Bravo Kilo Mike. Delta Airlines is going to be next. Delta Airlines flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. And another departure. And a Dodo jet, a jet to Istanbul probably. In reference to getting our money, Canada deserves more money. They even, in the same episode, go on strike and they form a crowd. They chant 1, 2, 3, 4, Canada deserves more money. 1, 2, 3, 4, Canada deserves more money. In case you are an avid follower of South Park, you would have known already the reference. Otherwise, you will know it now. In the meantime, good afternoon to Bob. And a massively big thank you on behalf of me as well. The membership gifting has been fierce again in the last couple of days. And Mr. Master is also returning in the chat. Mr. Master is celebrating 26 months of membership. And he says, can I get a cheer for @AMS Live, everyone? Mate, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Welcome back, mate. And Rick, thank you so much for the support. Not only as one of our first moderators, we still have quite a few of them. Infinity, you, and of course, Paul, aka Yorkshire Biker, the first batch of moderators. And I hope you still like being a mod, and of course, that you are also enjoy being a member. you so much for all the support and of course all the banter whenever you come to visit in person. No better man to co-host with than Rick Meester. Happy to hear all is well. Over here, all is well as well. Although it is a tad warmish now, I have to admit. It's just the absence of wind that makes it a bit clammy here. And the banana going via the wrong runway. Probably the last airplane. It is now 1:11 already. Back to manual focus set to infinity because we are going to see wide bodies once again. This is Delta Airlines flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota, November 812. November Whiskey is the registration. Another A330-300, 18 years old already. The first flight of this airplane was in October 2006. One more plane leaving from 18 left, Marissa says, so if all is well, the power hour of runway 24 has begun. A330 gear retraction always seems to take an eternity. It's like it is happening in slow motion, and even if you look back the chat at the stream at 2x speed, it still feels like you're watching something in slow-mo taking place. Typical Dutch, always complaining about the weather. Absolutely, Rick, you know it. It's part of inburgering's exam. If you want to act like a proper Dutch, you need to nag about the weather, always. Luckily, I still have a thermos with chilled vodka here with me. It's my last pint, so better make it last. Paul says in here, I thought moaning about the weather was mainly a UK thing. Well, we have similar weather. What do you expect? It's a natural reaction to having shit weather for the better part of a year. I think it comes natural to all countries where the weather is similar to the UK's and the Netherlands. Congregation of airplanes at the threshold of runway 24. It is now slowly turning into the only runway for outbound traffic, and there are airplanes that need to go places. EasyJet will be taking off first. Look away, guys, if you are gluten intolerant, because it might give you the cramps. The next airplane will be leaving for Celiac City. EasyJet flight 22516, an A319. Looks like the narrow bodies are going to precede the wide bodies, and after this A319, the Embraer 190 to Bremen is going to be next. You can already see it lining up. There you go. EasyJet flight 22516 to London Luton, A319. So much heat wave distortion. That's the downside of filming from ground level. The contrast is stark. The backdrop for the departing airplane is blue, but then towards the southwesterly horizon things become white, and that's also exactly what I'm seeing north of me. Rick, are you still having sunshine over there in the north? Because I am feeling like I am here in a small island of blue sky with all around me at the horizon white clouds. Makes me wonder what it looks like on the satellite. KLM flight 1760 something to Bremen. Oh, and I keep pointing in the wrong direction. I am curious now. What does the satellite look like? Ah. Okay, yeah. Oh, there you go. So we are approximately over here. So it does make sense that if you look around you in a circle at the horizon, you do see white, because it looks like the curl of a low pressure area is passing over the Netherlands. At least clouds shaped in a curl. Right. A little sunshine in the north, says Rick. Yeah. Looking at flight radar, I can see. No, not flight radar, buienradar, the weather radar. So, if all is well, the Corendon World to Fly A350 is leaving 10 minutes past 2. Scheduled to depart 5 minutes to 2. Air Canada flight 901 is going to be next. That's a 7878 Dreamliner, which will be going out to Montreal. And apparently a Delta 137 has a problem. They're talking to their tech support. Danny had forgotten to like. Ooh, shame on you, Danny. We are now at 680 likes. The viewers are slowly dropping back to 500 viewers, but we have more likes than that. So thank you all so much for that. Worthwhile repeating that at 1,000 likes I will do another airplane dance. Given the estimated time left in this stream, I don't think we are going to make it today, but who knows? So I'm very unsure about the extent that it helps, but it's a free and easy thing to do. Hank is signing off. Thank you for joining, Hank. I hope to see you again in the next one, which should be tomorrow in the morning hours. Can't be out until too late. The morning hours should be good. I'm thinking maybe going back to Kaagbaan if the wind isn't changing. So arrivals at the Kaagbaan then. And there are now 2 airplanes taxiing to 18 left, Mercer says. What the fudge? Here's the bank robber taking our money. Canadian bank robber off to Montreal. Delta Airlines flight 137 is now ready to go. Let's have a look at it. A330neo And apparently on the ATC it was mentioned earlier that it was having some technical problems, but now apparently those have resolved. Just put a sticker over the error notification. See no evil, hear no evil. Delta Airlines Flight 137 to Detroit, Michigan. Now lined up. You can hear it spool up. It's coming. A330neo. 3-year-old still. November 414 Delta Zulu is the registration. First flight of the airplane now coming this way is May 2022. KLM A330 in the background. A330 to Washington. Now lining up. Well, it doesn't seem to be having any issues that we can see from here. Slowest gear retractor in the game, I think. Or are there airplane types that even retract slower? A330s, A330neos. And a Transavia A321neo to Barcelona just now left. Another one getting away. Peculiar timing. The runway it took off from ought to be closed now on paper. And also looks like there's still a Vueling going that way. Right now, KLM flight 651 to Washington is going out. It's the FACA, as in how is your mother FACA. PH aka Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Alpha. Don't get upset if you think you heard me cuss, that's not true. I'm just reciting the name, the registration of this airplane. FACA is 13 years old. First flight was in February 2012. Lisa, good to see ya. My mom is doing alright, thank you very much. Now it is interesting, there's definitely something going on here today, because all day I have been standing here almost completely alone. Only once was there a dad and I assume his kid who came and visited here. They walked up to that edge and then they walked back again. All the while I have been standing here almost throughout the whole stream all alone, which is perfectly fine, don't get me wrong, but it's interesting that nobody, normally over here it is teeming with people, and I'm sure not everybody is as unfortunate as Lisa that they need to work on a Saturday. Interesting stuff going on. We're at 703 likes now, thank you all so much. 70% of the way to another airplane dance cleared. Britty Hopper to Birmingham should be next to take off here. What else is in the pipeline? 777-300 to Panama City. 777-200 to Rio de Janeiro. Strange pattern of people indeed, Gary. Can't pinpoint the precise reason. Of course it is nice weather, so people are going out. Formula 1. It's striking that normally this place there's always at least 1 or 2 people, usually with long photo lenses, shooting pictures. Just that one dad and his kid. Other than that, I have been standing here all alone all throughout the day, and it is a Saturday, isn't it? I'm also sometimes confused about the day of the week, but it is a Saturday, isn't it? Interesting. to say that the wind is beginning to pick up ever so slightly. Have a look at the grass, you can see slight movement. There is a small breeze here now forming and starting. I'm thrilled because that makes the weather so much more bearable, and I still am having great fun. Hope you guys are too. If you joined later, you may have missed several of the 8, I think it has been, A350s that we have seen. There's another one still expected. Ooh, Rollende Keukens, Rolling Kitchens, Investor Park, Gary says. I've been there when I was still living in Amsterdam. That's fun. Expensive, but fun. Food truck festival in the park in the Wester Park. Expensive. It is fun. You can taste all kinds of things from different food trucks. Expensive, but fun. Cannot stress it enough. Still a bit of condensation at the engine inlets. Happy that nobody was having any buffering after the presumably YouTube hiccup that we had this morning. Or at least if you did have hiccups, I didn't see any reports of them in the chat. Like I said before, on my end everything was working perfectly fine. My phone nor my laptop were hiccupping up. So I think it was probably YouTube. Hopefully a one-off thing. In the meantime, I see that our valiant moderator Yin Team Stripes has also returned in the chat. He is celebrating 14 months of membership. Wow, 14 months already. Thank you, everything, mate. Thank you for being here and supporting the channel, not only as a member, but also as a mod. I hope you like both still. And if either of the two is no longer to your liking, Yin, hit me up and let me see what I can do to fix it. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. Both as a member and a mod, obviously, preferably, but if not either of the two or both of them, then at least as a normal frequent visitor. This is KLM flight 705. It's going to Rio de Janeiro. It's 777-200. The PHBQP. Bravo, Quebec Papa. I need more vodka. I'm sobering up here. Rio de Janeiro, Latin America, where you can also find no, I didn't mute. Where you can also find it was really silent. Right, that should have fixed it. Excellent, it's a deal, Yin. Keep saying Jin, but that's just my vodka-fueled brain seeing what he wants to see. Robert Hilton says, the biggest ripoff is the artisan sourdough bread. Don't get me started. Mate, sourdough bread, artisan sourdough bread, if you go to those biological supermarkets like Markt and whatnot, that's a ripoff. Almost a tenner for a loaf of bread, just because it is artisan sourdough. It did work, so I wasn't hearing it. Excellent. Lal says, wonderful morning. Watching the blue planes brings me such joy as an ex-Schiphol worker. Super stream, mate. Mate, thank you so much for your kind words. I tried to give you guys the best experience of Schiphol here that I can give you. So it pleases me to hear that it does you well, Lance. Let's see, Shamrock is next. Aer Lingus, flight 605 to Dublin, Ireland. And what else is coming this way? Hey, a Qatar to Doha also has come alive here on flight radar. It's getting pushed back now. I am assuming, given the time, that that is going to take off from here. Shamrock, flight 605 on its way to Dublin, Ireland. Another one of those narrow bodies that are already quite high in the sky when they pass you by right here. And the sky actually looks quite interesting. So to the north, few clouds at low level and also milkiness at higher level. And I think here's that buzzard again. Or, yeah, no, that's not a kestrel. That's a bigger bird. So pretty. I wish it would come a bit closer by. Also, for its health, it should also come this way so that it is not so close to the runway. Interesting. Chinese triple. Looks like it is going to park on the side of the runway where we normally don't get to see them. And before I forget, let me quickly move up in the chat on my laptop and massively thank Yin, who just now gifted a membership. Mike Bell, the recipient, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Mike, don't forget to use the custom emojis that you have at your disposal. Don't forget to say thank you to Jan. Oh, it's getting worse. Yin, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, mate. You know that. And welcome, Mike, to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Maria says, my cat is following the bird on TV, LOL. So yeah, where did it go? It was off to the laptop for a moment and now I lost it again. Maria, will your cat also be interested in coots? They are right there. Chris and Curtis. Most definitely is, Rick. Combination of the heat and booze. This is now the first time I'm actually not borderline uncomfortable hot, because now finally some wind. You can even see it here. The low grass is also moving. Those days are the worst when there is absolutely near zero wind. It really gets warm really quickly. Now it is perfectly doable. Just running out of vodka now. 1.5 liters almost down and also a half liter of coffee. But there you go. We should be good at least until the end of the stream. Speaking of that, I hope that also goes for my DJI mic. Looking behind the laptop where my switcher is, my ATEM Mini, I can see that 2 battery signs are now running low. And since there's no traffic, let me go ahead and first disconnect the USB-C that was connected to my laptop and connect it to the DJI mic receiver. If all is well, you guys should now still be hearing me properly, but the DJI mic receiver is now charging. And if that is working, I am now going to quickly switch off the mic and replace the transmitter so that I have a fresh set of microphone, receiver and transmitters for the remainder of the stream. Should be back again. So the DJI mic receiver is now being charged via the USB-C cable that I used to keep my MacBook fully charged with. It can run until the end of the stream on battery power, that's no problem. Loud and clear, thank you Doekman. I have replaced the DJI mic transmitter that I used to wirelessly transmit the signal of my lavalier mic, the wired one that is in my head. It is fully charged, so it should be good for another, what do I say, well, how long have we been streaming now? 4.5 hours or so. So no hiccups in the audio expected. Ooh, quickly. All right, time for the wide bodies to resume. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. That's an A330-300, November 804, November Whiskey, 21 years old. This airplane, first flight was in September 2003. Moving and coming in. Qatar, the 777 on the move. Going to Doha. I think it's going to be the next one. Now it is starting to become a bit more cloudy here and there in the sky, so once again it's becoming a bit more shady, and also looking to now the north, northwest, northeast. The friendly clouds are definitely continuing to grow. Weather warnings for rain, for thunder showers in the southeast of the Netherlands, the province of Limburg. That is pretty far away from where we are at later in the day. And a quick look on the METAR page and a refresh will tell us that the temperature has climbed to 24 degrees C, so that is approaching ADF. 4 knots of variable wind, and it's no longer Kaagbaan. We have few clouds at 3,500 feet. Let me quickly paste it in the METAR after the Qatar has taken off. Qatar flight 8206 to Doha, 777 freighter. That's the Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Delta. 13 years old, first flight March 2012. BizJet also having taken off from runway 22 just now. The backdrop with the clouds makes for a pretty contrast. Bank angle, bank angle. Right. Bob says breaking up audio and some buffering with it. Is that just him, or are you guys all experiencing that? Because over here everything seems to be running smoothly. Maybe the signal has a bit of difficulty reaching Sydney. Next up, KLM flight 791, which is going to Sao Paulo, which is not too far from Ecuador. This is a 777-300 the PHB VC Bravo Victor Charlie. Seems that it is a local issue at Bob's then. Thanks for the feedback, guys. Everybody is reporting the audio is loud and clear. So it's probably on your end then, Bob. Maybe try rebooting, or what is it? Reloading the page. That usually seems to help. Here we have Mama with 3 ducklings, or at least I'm counting 3, or are there more? These are still very young and fuzzy ducklings. Making their way through a maze of water plants. Oh, it's 4. 4 little ducklings. No, it's a 5th. Or is it? Are there 4 or 5? Bit hard to see. It is cuteness overload, isn't it? Man, those are really cute. Right, in the meantime, TUI Max 8 going to Tenerife. Should be over there somewhere. Coming this way, TUI flight 1667. Max 8 737. Is the ETA of the World to Fly A350 still 10 minutes past 2? I'm also hearing a twin jet passing overhead, but it's really hard to see. The contour is really vague. Still a veil of clouds in between us and the airplane. So yeah, you can just about see the contrail forming, and there is a contour of an airplane visible. But what exactly it is, really hard to see. Little spider on my arms. Let's see, we have KLM flight 641 to New York JFK. That is also coming this way. I think I replaced the DJI mic transmitter a little bit too much forward, a little bit to the back. I attach it on the side of my torso so that there is a straight line between it and the receiver in my laptop stand. Otherwise the signal breaks up. That's the downside of having, I think it is connecting via Bluetooth. So still 210 and 215 for the Atlas. Oh, that's the all white. That is also expected to leave. Where is it going to? The Atlas. Will it leave from runway 24? Because by then 18 left will also have reopened. Mixed the game says Jet 2 Squawk 7700 at Glasgow. Didn't know that yet. Probably isn't coming this way though. Traffic jam here on the highway, or at least I think that's the road that leads to the A5 highway. That's the runway that is between the center runway and the Polderbaan. So if you're ever here in the Netherlands and you are able to get hold of a car, or if you come by car, there's a highway that allows you to drive between the center runway and the Polderbaan. Of course, you need to be lucky to see traffic. Right, going to Seoul, so that is the wrong runway. Lisa has to go. See you later. Quite a few airplanes are now on the move. A lot of them are narrow bodies. However, KLM is coming. Hey, in the Chinese A350 China Southern, which was on my list. I think it is still a Saturday over here, Thomas. Now, I'm not sure if Lisa is going to enjoy the upcoming hours of the rest of her day that much, because she has to work today. She is back at work today. Once every 6 weeks she has to work on a Saturday. Today being one of those Saturdays. Now, in the meantime, Transavia to Palma de Mallorca is lining up. KLM flight 1009 is taking off. JetBlue to New York. It's over there. Line up right now, Transavia flight 5629 to Palma de Mallorca. The PHHZX Hotel Zulu X-Ray 737-800. 23 years old, first flight April 2002. So I think the penultimate A350 of today's show, and the 9th, if I count correctly, is coming this way. One of those angry Chinese. Transavia is now on the move. Ready airborne rather quickly. Next stop, JetBlue arriving, going to New York JFK. Is it already moving? Are they doing a turn and burn? Flight 22889. Or is it still... No, it is already moving. No time to waste. The November 4058 Juliet. 3 years old, first flight August 2021. Hadi Suzanne, goedemiddag. Bob says retired is good. Has the audio and video feed been restored on your end right now? Next airplane should be KLM flight 1559 to Palma de Mallorca, and number 190. Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Victor is the registration. Well, I'm pretty sure it's going to be alright, Thomas. Thank you so much. KLM Embraer 190 to Palma de Mallorca. Right, the A350 to Guangzhou, heading to runway 24. It's interesting to see that that Chinese triple has been parked over here, when they often are almost always parked on the south side of the runway. Hey, CDM says Atlas 747 223 via runway 24 according to W. That's interesting. It would make for a nice last airplane, wouldn't it? Next up, KLM flight 641 is 787-10 Dreamliner to New York JFK. The PHBKO Bravo Kilo Oscar, brand new airplane, first flight November 2024. I think I can already hear it coming this way. Off to New York. After that, TUI flight 365, a 787-8 Dreamliner to Willemstad, Curaçao. And after that, number 190 going to Jurk's hometown of Düsseldorf. JD, who was in the chat earlier. Who I think has now visited for 4 times already. TUI flight 365 to Willemstad, Curaçao, 7878 Dreamliner. 10 years old, first flight November 2014. This is the Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot Lima. I think we saw one of its siblings fly almost empty to Brussels earlier in the show. This one is from November 2014, making it 10 years old. So yeah, big picture overview. The south currently still holds the best sky. Most of the blue is in the southern sky, although at the horizon you can also see that there is more milkiness as there is a bit closer by. We have friendly clouds all around us. Looking to the east, it is a bit more blue, whitish. The north currently has the most clouds, both higher up, the milkiness, and also lower up. And looking to the west, it is a bit of a mixed bag. Here up close things are still blue, and this is further out towards the sea where it also seems to be a bit more cloudy. So yeah, it also looks like there is a BizJet to Stockholm that is now about to enter the threshold of runway 22. Luckily there is still a bit of wind. That makes it bearable. Otherwise it would have been so humid and clammy. Maria says it's time for bed over here. See you all tomorrow. Thank you for joining us here today and sleep well, Maria. Should see you again tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day tomorrow. And see you tomorrow night then. Or late afternoon. What time do I begin for you guys over in New Zealand? 12-hour time difference, right? So evening. Chris is also going. Thank you for joining, Chris. Fijne dag nog. See you tomorrow. Now, let's see. That is the 777 and the Chinese A350 up ahead. Coming this way now is a 737 to Alicante. Yeah, and the BizJet also has taken off in the meantime. Where is it? Over there. For a brief moment, the angle was such that it looked like it didn't have any engines, or at least here on my little screen, my little 3.5 screen filled with reflections, it looked like it. Next up will be a China Southern Airlines A350, A350 number 9 if I counted correctly in today's stream. Going to Guangzhou in China, the Bravo 30 Foxtrot 9. Meanwhile, Dans is also back, right in time, mate. A350 number 9. Here it is. The 10th will reserve for the world to fly Corendon. Still expected to leave moments from now. Is it already on flight radar? Didn't actually zoom out far enough to see the entire platform. Going to have a look after this. Yeah, Corendon A350 already alive on flight radar. Let's see what is next. It is KLM flight 765. That is the FWOC. A330-200 to Oranjestad in Aruba. 19-year-old airplane. First flight October 2005. And there we can see it coming. Transavia flight 6411 to Naples will be following after that. Dukman asks, maybe silly question, how can I filter flight radar for inbound traffic? That's a good question. I know I can, with a silver subscription, I can add many more filters. I'm not sure if you have a free subscription or not, and if you can do that with a free subscription. What the FWOC? Indeed, Marissa, what the FWOC? Now, the 747, I'm not seeing any action yet with it. It does look like... Yeah, no, the trim is still in the same setting. Or is it? Has it been set a bit more upright? Takeoff trim is probably a bit more upright than arrival trim. I'm not sure. But considering that the A350 from World to Fly is expected to leave shortly before the 747, and the 747 still not moving, nor has it come alive on flight radar, I'm wondering if it's not going to take off later. Probably will. In the meantime, Transavia flight 6411 to Naples is taking off here. It seems that the Corendon A350 is now on the move. And good morning to Susan Rice. Welcome to the chat. 6110 Swissport worker. Good afternoon to you too. Welcome to the show, guys. If you join us later, you might have missed a heap of A350s already. In total, now, thus far, we have seen 9, and the 10th is underway. Corendon World to Fly to Willemstad, Curaçao. We also saw one KLM 747 take off from this runway earlier. Let's see, I'm counting 3 narrow bodies that are now taxiing to the runway. TAP Air Portugal in the background was already lining up. Now no longer visible, but it soon will be. It's the first airplane to leave. It's going to Lisbon. A321neo. After that, a TUI 737-800 to Preveza. And right after that, Transavia to Marrakesh, interestingly. Susan, thank you so much and welcome. We have a new member in the Aurora Sky Lounge and it is Susan Rice. Susan, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. It means that you now have 32 custom emojis at your disposal that you can use however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed here on the channel, but using custom emojis as a member is very much encouraged, and I encourage you to use them as creatively and inappropriately as you can think of. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many members have gone before you and will happily show you around. Welcome, Susan, and thank you for the vote of confidence. This is TAP Air Portugal going to Lisbon, A321neo, and now it is time for TUI. And doesn't the sky look nice and contrasty? So many colors, blue, grey, white. It's not hard to see why so many classical painters loved Dutch skies. And I see Marissa is mentioning that we also crossed through 750 likes, 752 to be precise. We're at 3/4 of the way to an airplane dance by yours truly. Time is ticking, but who knows, we might be able to make it. As far as I'm concerned, that's a perk I will give you whenever we cross through 1,000 likes during a stream. Airplane dance by yours truly. But it is non-negotiable. We're not going to set the bar lower. You need to set the bar high to get things done in life. Right, so a regular 737-800 flying on behalf of TUI. Now TUI itself does not have any 737s, they only have Maxes. So already we could have known it was a rental or a leased one. Next up, Transavia flight 5753 to Marrakesh. It's the Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Delta. Good afternoon, KLM boy. Now, this is a 737-800, 9 years old, first flight May 2016. It's going to Marrakesh. And we all know where Marrakesh is, right? That's in Morocco. And we all know where that lies, right? In the north of Africa. You're goddamn right. Now the busiest, having taken off from runway 22 here. Just a modest tri-jet, no, twin jet. Or is it a tri-jet? No, it's a twin jet. Probably costs a couple of mil, but loose change, right? It gets you from A to B more rapidly, more secluded than traveling on first or business. Right, Corendon World to fly. In the background, I still am not seeing anything happening on Flight Radar, nor am I seeing anything happening on the cargo and where that 747 is expected to leave from. Next up, the 10th A350 of the show. World to fly Corendon, flight 599 to Willemstad, Curaçao. Echo Charlie, November Tango Bravo is the registration. Alright, Atlas 7478 has come alive on the platform. So it does seem that it is right, it's getting pushed back. That's good news. That's our last airplane then. For a moment I was afraid that I had to wrap up because no movement was happening on the cargo apron with respect to the 747, but it's getting pushed back, so we ought to be able to see it. First up, it's the 11th. Yeah, of course, well, the 10th to take off from the runway we are filming from, but indeed, Marissa, the 11th, I lost track of count. It's the heat, it's the food depletion, and the the overdose of vodka that makes it a bit hard for me to keep track of it. But there you go. So that's 11 A350s in one bleeding stream. Hey, Klaas is back. Did you manage to get your asparagus, mate? A350 11, Corendon, flight 599 to Willemstad, Curaçao. What? So many A350s. I absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite airplanes, one of the prettiest out there. Curved winglets, they should make it mandatory for all new passenger airplanes. Also, the bank rubber cockpit look, that too. That too. Chris and Curtis, however, don't seem to be impressed. That don't impress me much. Well, that's their loss. Last airplane of the day has been pushed back. I think this is its tail. All white Atlas Air 7478 going to Seoul with a capital S. If we're going to see airplanes leave for Seoul more regularly, I might have to find the soundbite Seoul with a capital S. Patrick says, can you give my regards to Fabian? Thank you. Regards, Fabian, from Patrick. A couple of more airplanes are preceding the 747. For starters, an Embraer 190 leaving for Montpellier. And also KLM flight 861 is coming this way. I was on that flight back in late October 2016. And I can highly recommend you ever visit Japan, Tokyo, preferably both. That is the city and the rest. I only visited the city, but that impressed me so much. I'm definitely going back there someday. Although Narita really isn't that close to Tokyo, you're still an hour train ride away from it. It's like calling Lelystad Schiphol North. Schiphol North. Jetstream Journeys wonders, is there another evening rush coming soon? I am thinking about it. I think I want to do this more regularly, streaming later. Also to grab hold of a wider audience that gets up later in the day compared with Europe. So yeah, definitely, as far as I'm concerned, it is going to become a recurring thing. Still, thinking about what would be best also with my gym schedule. What days of the week would be best to go in the evenings? I think Sunday should stay a morning stream regardless. Dan says, wait, Lelystad isn't Schiphol North. What? I mean... EasyJet is taking off next. And KLM will be next after that to Madrid. Yeah, things look interesting. It's a mix of blue, grey and white here in the sky. And it's constantly changing seemingly. Now once again the sun is shining over here and it's really warm. Hey there Yassine, good morning. Next up, KLM flight 1505. Which is going to Madrid. PHBXU 737-800, 19 years old, first flight April 2006. Next should be Air Baltic to Riga, the YLABQ, and the 777 to Tokyo Narita is behind it. Not seeing the 747 anymore on flight radar. The amount of debris here in the foreground also prevents me from seeing it. Did it already begin its taxi? Probably did, didn't it? Next up, Air Baltic flight 622 to Riga, A220-300, Bombardier C-Series. Airplane a year old, first flight August 2023. And already up in the sky. Klaus is reporting buffering. Are more people experiencing that, or is it just Klaus right now? Alrighty, it is now time for KLM flight 862 to Tokyo Narita. The PHBQI Bravo Quebec India coming this way, 777-200 20 years old already. First flight of this airplane was back in 2004 in November. finally we have KLM Asia actually flying to Asia instead of going elsewhere. Right, no buffering, that's good to hear. Atlas on the move again, Dukman says. That's good. I now also see it on Flight Radar once again. Yeah, it's on the move. Airplane dance at 1K. No, not 500 and 1K. It's a four-figure. It's a four-figure bar class that we need to get first. It's 773 today. If some of you have forgotten to like the stream and you want to drop a like, we might get to 800, but 1000 is too far away considering that the last airplane of the day is on the move now. Soul Searching with a capital S, the all-white Atlas. Maybe next time, maybe next time. So yeah, we're waiting for the 7478 to Seoul. In the meantime, another... Hey, what have we here in the background? It is the PHBVA Orange Pride. Are they towing it? As you can see, at Schiphol there's always a lot to see. Flight 2634 to Warsaw. I'm so used to saying 263, but this is the 264. Back to Warsaw it is. In the meantime, another duo of narrow bodies has arrived, an Embraer 190 to Trondheim and an E2 Embraer 195 to Valencia. Hey, 33 also back in the chat. Good to see you again, Servus. So we are reaching the end of the stream a little bit. The 7478 to Seoul will be the last airplane of today's show. If you join us later, you may have missed a lot of A350s. We have had 11 now, I think it was, Marissa? She knows best. There was one that left from the other runway, and the rest all via runway 24. And Jetstream's journeys, I am skipping it. The 7478 is going to be the last airplane for today. Next up, E2 Embraer 195 to Valencia, KLM flight 1531. Ryanair is also making its way over to the threshold. I wonder, is it going to leave before the Atlas will? Probably. Sarah is heading out. Thank you for joining, Sarah. Enjoy the rest of your day and see you hopefully during another one sometime soon. Ryanair's lining up. Looks like it is going to precede the 747. A great last airplane of the day. This was the penultimate airplane of the day. Ryanair will have to wait, or will they? Flight Radar tells me The 747 is already lined up. Last airplane of the day, ladies and gentlemen. The second queen of the show, and we have seen 10 A350s depart in this stream from this runway, and one went via the other runway. Last airplane of the day, Atlas Airflight 8209, going to Seoul with a capital S. It's the November 865 Gin Tonic. 10-year-old airplane, first flight July 2014. Let's look and listen. All rise for the Queen. That was Her Majesty the Queen, the last airplane of today's show, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I certainly have big fun here and enjoyed today's stream. If you like what you saw and you haven't already, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps to promote the channel for free. It's an easy way to do so. Thank you all so much for the vote of confidence, for the votes, for the votes. I didn't win an election, I'm not a politician. Thank you for the likes and also for the banter today. A massive big thank you to everybody who gifted memberships. Another massive big thank you to John Dutch Canadian, who went bonkers earlier in the stream, gifting out a lot of memberships. Hope everybody will say thank you to the gifter. Also a big thank you to those who still became a member themselves. That's also still an option, you know. Thanks for the super chats, the super stickers, any merch store purchases that may have happened in the meantime. PayPal donations. You guys rock and are what makes this channel so great. Thank you all so much. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope to see you all tomorrow. Also, lastly, a massive big thank you to the moderators, keeping the stream and the chat friendly and accessible to all. No sunspots visible, but that's okay. Another time. It is time to wrap up now. Thank you all so much, and see you later. Take care. Bye bye.